Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Please allow me to spare my presentation while seated. Yes. Yeah, I don't think I will end up boring you. I'll try my own level best to say I'm present to try to make you awake. So now I'm going to talk about the mountain kingdom of Lesotho, this advocacy for land and the land justice. As you are quite aware that Lesotho is one of the smallest countries here in Africa, especially in Southern Africa. I think its twin sister is Eswatini. We are a landlocked country, as you can see in slide 2. We are a landlocked country surrounded by our major country, which is South Africa. If South Africa is that big, so we are here, which means everything that we must live on, it has to pass via South Africa. Whatever information we have to have, South Africa will have to acquire the information first before it comes to us, which means we are in the mercy of the major country. But still, the major country has its own laws, so it must not undermine or abuse the young one. So Lesotho has got a population of about 2.3 million people, as it was recorded in 2022. So as I've said, we are like a tongue, inside a very huge mouth of an elephant. You see that? But definitely, such a huge mouth cannot function without that small tongue. For example, now we are able to export water to South Africans. Even now, when they are experiencing this load shedding, we have done whatever we could do. So, as we are aware, Lesotho is mostly highlands. It is lower point, 1.4 meters above sea level. That's why we proudly call ourselves a city in the sky, the mountain city in the sky. So it was previously a British protectorate, not a colony. There was a time when the white, I don't know how to call them, but there was a time from the 19th century when the Africans wanted to capture that small land, or wanted to capture Lesotho. And luckily, thanks to the missionaries, because it was a time when the French missionaries were already here in Lesotho. Then the French missionaries, when they realized that such an area was about to be captured, and brothers, believe me, when I'm talking about such a small area, I'm talking about a small area because those poor people, our forefathers, they were already forced to go and hide themselves in the mountains. That's why we're living a very small country. Our country consists of a place called Free State. Why do we call that place Free State? We call the place Free State because the Boers, when they came here, torturing our forefathers, they said, or they concluded that since there is no one who's living here, just imagine, how do you live in a country where somebody wanted to have his own fields? So our forefathers, since they didn't have guns, they were forced to go and hide in the mountains. And so today we are proudly and very sadly saying that Lesotho is our country. That's why we cannot give out the country to anybody. We cannot become the 10th province of South Africa no matter what. Oh. So I'm sorry about this, but hey, this is what the Lesotho are saying. Because in Lesotho now, we have some movement which wants the country to belong to South Africa, where Lesotho are not in that good terms with that. So once you visit this country, if you see this, if you may happen to visit Lesotho, you will realize that there is a very poor land use planning measures, unlike other countries. Let's look into this. Example is this thing. You see these houses here? They're not even blended houses, which means there is no proper building measures in the country. Because during that time, everybody was just building for the sake of building. And then if we can have a close look into this is a particular family here. And on top of this is another family, but they are neighbors. On top of this is another family. And on top of this one is another family. You see, we are living in the suburbs. This is, you know, a suburban structures in the mountain. So here we are here. So when you visit this country, you'll find that there are a lot of unplanned human settlements, particularly in the urban and peri-urban areas, which characterize this problem, which means because our country is very small, we are now facing agricultural crisis because we don't have that massive particular place to grow our fields. So the question is, where are our fields? Put this in mind because we are going to discuss that as one of the crises that today we are experiencing as a country. Let's go here, sorry. So now we have got some challenges in the country, some negative impact caused by climate change, which includes some increased frequency of extreme events, interrelated droughts, increased rates of social erosion, not drought rates as we say, social erosion, acidification, which reduces soil fertility. The problem of this soil fertility, soil erosion is that since we are on top in the higher level of sea, when the rain comes to our country, it takes all this poor remaining soil. Where? Where do you think? To which country do you think? South Africa. The water that God is giving us, where does it go into today? It goes to South Africa, which means everything that we have. And I still believe that in nearby future, even those mountains that are as big as they are, the rocks, they will turn and they will overturn and come to dwelling in South Africa. Because of the structures that we are having in Lesotho. So my brothers, be aware that in just last year, 12 December 2024, a motion was raised, and that motion entered into the Parliament of Lesotho. It is the motion that concerns the reclamation of land. I'm talking about the crisis that today we are facing as a country. A motion entered into the Parliament. It was on the 12th of December 2022, where Lesotho, even today, we are still, they are still playing that. Reclamation of land. Which land is that? I'm going to discuss that crisis that the country today is facing. By the way, I'm not for those who are saying the land has to be reclaimed, or I'm not for those who are saying it mustn't. I'm just here speaking about what the country today is facing. I'm not the one who's speaking. I'm just speaking for the people in Lesotho. My presentation is going to be a little bit tougher. Please excuse me, okay? It's going to be a little bit tougher because today, in 2023, in 2024, we are going to celebrate 100 years of our establishment as Lesotho since 1824. So before we celebrate that, truth has to be told, whether it is acceptable or not acceptable. Somebody was making fun of us, saying that you can't reclaim the power of freedom, and some people were like, even South Africa, there seemed to be impossibility of eradicating apartheid in the past. I remember in 1985 there was once a president who said, "How can you compare, a lizard to a crocodile? Even if a crocodile can look like a lizard, but these things are different. A crocodile swims in big rivers. Why a lizard cannot even swim?" So the same thing applies to us today as a population. Where is our land? So the motion, it entered into the Parliament, where it was a petition to section 1 So in brackets of the constitution, the parliament must declare the whole of Free State. If you can see that, sorry, let me draw this sound from the map over there. Look at the video, which is the country, yes. Here's the country, you see this small thing. Independent country. With its own laws. For those of you who might not be knowing. So it must declare this part here, the Free State part here, Bloemfontein, everything, as part of this country. Some part of Cathbert down here, and some other areas to be part of this. I'm going to explain to you why we are saying that. So this is a challenge that is in my country as I'm speaking today. Why were they saying this? I want you to understand, and I think my counterpart from Eswatini, he, even though he's not going to include it, but they are also facing the same problem. I don't know where his presentation is going to include this, but I know that they're facing the same problem. Okay. Yeah, comprising the kingdom of Lesotho in line with the United Nations Resolution of 1817. United Nations Resolution of 1817, which was passed by the General Assembly at its 1196 plenary meeting of the 18th December 1962. Land reclamation is still a trendy issue, which the country is focusing on right now. So, in 1817, United Nations, in its resolution for all those colonized and protected countries, it made a conclusion that the land has to be returned to their owners. The land has to be returned to their owners before peace and stability can be said have been established during that time. So the question of Basotho land, the question of Botswana land, and the question of Swaziland. I didn't include this thing here with the gentleman today because it's a very sensitive issue. I don't want you to try it, but I'm just moving, even though I know that some people are looking at me. Okay, but it is not there, it's not part of my slide. I'm just passing so that we understand the situation that we are living as a country right now, a small country. The question of Basotho land, Botswana and Swaziland, that they must be given their independence, including their lost invaded lands. They are lost what? Invaded what? Lands. Who was the invader? You conclude. An argument was made, but it lost its value. Remember, Lesotho got its independence in 1966. And it was a time when Britain was changing its government. It was a time when Britain was changing its government from economic to another party. So because Britain was in the abroad by that time, then this issue was just lost. Apart from that, since the country was gaining its own independence, the one who was looking forward to ruling Lesotho because of trying to keep stability and peace, so that that will be given that seat to rule the country. He even did what? He just kept quiet. So today, the descendants are suffering the consequences of the past. That is what is happening right now in my country. So before I come here to slide 5, before I come to slide 5, there is a Universal Declaration of Human Rights before I come to the Land Survey Act 1980 versus Land Act 2010. There is a Universal Declaration of Human Rights. It is article number 25. It covers a wide range of rights, including those adequate to food, water, sanitation, clothing, housing, which is land. Okay, medical care, blah 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 blah. There are so many. If you can just go and Google that universal, the Declaration of Human Rights, which means every person has got the right to what? To housing to land. And gentlemen and a lady, be aware that even the Bible says that what has been stolen, guess you what? I guess that you know the word. Unless I'm the only Christian. What has been stolen needs to not. It needs to be
given back.
Yes, it needs to be retained to its owners. I'm talking about what is happening right now in the Parliament. Okay? Not about what I'm thinking myself. It's a crisis that is there in the country. So despite that, before 20 Act on land, before it, we were still ruled by what we call 1980 Land Act. And in that 1980 Land Act, the chiefs were the ones who. Oh, my voice is big, and then I speak quickly. Sorry, okay, I'll try to. Sorry.
It's probably also a good idea to try to move a bit more quickly through the history, so you can tell us what are the problems of today.
Now we are there in 2010. Okay. Before the Land Act 2010, chiefs, they were the ones who were in charge of the land from 1980. But it was of late year that the 2010 Act changed the things. The chiefs were having some level of experience in distributing land, as we have seen from that slide 6 here. As you can see that these are the results of the chiefs. They were just distributing land, okay? Just giving it to their sons, then giving it to their daughters, without giving proper arrangements, I would say that. So some land given today are squarely shaped, while others are horizontally given to or shaped, which means we don't have proper land, both in urban and both in the rural places. Let me go quickly. So now, the 2010 Act, it brought new changes, where now we have the community councillors. The community councillors are those people that have been assigned by the government, work on the land issues. So that today, at least, we try to reshape what was not properly shaped before. And now, when you go to Lesotho, you'll find that these new establishments, residents, you'll find that a little bit there are some structures in these new ones, especially here in town. You find that now things have changed a little bit. And then we have institutions, independent institutions like LAA, which is Land Administration Authority. It works hand in hand with the government of Lesotho. And these guys, they are what? They are in charge, or they are responsible for issuing land and some land leases. Which means today you cannot just build your house any place of your desire. Some LA surveys will have to come there and try to allocate that land for you. Another one is that we have Lesotho Housing, LHLDC, which its job is to allocate of plans, which means LHDC works together with LAP. You cannot just build a house with public plan now. Things a little bit changing. And then now we have another one, LNDC, which is more responsible for commercial industries. And then we have another one, the trade, which is more focused on the businesses like the factories and so on. But there is a very good law now that a foreigner, when he tries to invest in Lesotho, into the land, Lesotho must get at least 20% of that, or we must share. That land is not yours as a foreigner. Just buy it. After having bought the land, we have to have a partner of Lesotho in that land of business that we have. So Lesotho will have 20% of shares, and the foreigner will get 80% of shares. But after 100 years, you're gone. The land remains to that Lesotho. It's how things now are operating. So, apart from all this, as a nation, we still have a problem. Because now we are inheriting from what our forefathers did in the past. For example, in the past, you just have a land without having involved your wife. That land will be yours. And then after having remarried, you can give it to the children of the second wife and so on. And so today, those who are in charge, they are answering so much the quarrels, the disputes of land. So now the organizations are there. For example, here in church, we have CCJP, Commission of Justice and Peace, Catholic Commission of Justice and Peace, which somehow is trying to maintain peace and stability into these things. Catholic Commission of Justice and Peace is working together with the government, trying to resolve all the disputes that are there. And I'm telling you, my brothers and sisters, that today the entire country is more focused on the disputes. Because after 2010 Act, things had to be changed. And then the question is, how are we going to change what was wrongly put in the first place? Which means now the country is facing a problem of land. You find that today the widows are being neglected, they're being jeopardized. When the husband dies, a second wife will come who was married long time ago. Her grandchildren will come and claim the land to be theirs. But thanks to CCJP, because today they are promoting that. The work of human rights organizations like CCJP plays a vital role in addressing land rights issues and promoting social justice in Lesotho by advocating for the rights of widows and orphan children and working to rectify land rights issues in the country. And my dear brothers and sisters, believe me, after this workshop, try to follow the news in Lesotho. Try to follow the news in Lesotho. The parliament is going to be open very soon. It was last closed around June for winter vacations. And now since this week, we are waiting for the elections of the councillors. They're still working on that campaigning and so on. So after this, they are going to reopen the parliament. And the main issue is going to be this one of land. And still, there are those Lesotho who are still saying, we can't reclaim the land that we don't even know. Some are saying we must fight for our own rights. So if you will try to follow the news in Lesotho, what is happening, you'll come across this issue. And it's like there is a letter, a formal letter, which has already been given to those who are in charge in Europe so that they may reconsider this case again of land. Because now, ladies and gentlemen, we are compressed in that small, isolated place, full of rocks, full of mountains, no water there, and then we are tiny. You understand the situation right now in Lesotho. And then people are fighting, and the population is increasing. Where do they build their houses now? Because people are what? They're moving from the mountains, coming down here to search for food down here. So there is a lot of congestion down here in the towns. So please pray for us as a country that we may end up things being to normal again. So this presentation has been done, presented by me, Father Lucius, SETIPE, the Catholic Bishops' Conference, Parliamentary Liaison Office, of which my work is to make public aware, not to rush into things. For example, this issue of reclamation, I had to work very hard to try to convince those in charge, the ministers, the of the church, not to rush into this issue. Because this issue is very sensitive and it's very complicated. It needs good researches and a very good targeting. Apart from that, you will lose everything that we had had before. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, any questions? Yes.
Thank you, Brother Lucius. I like the presentation. But I have a question regarding the investment. Investors, the size of the land which you have as a country. I can give you an example in Tanzania. We have a big land, but we are still fighting for foreign and local investors who took chunk of land for agribusiness investments or mining or whatever, including tourism. So you in Lesotho, you are fighting for land reclamation. But now you're speaking about having investors in your country. And you are saying you don't have land for agriculture, you don't have land for settlement. And actually, I hope the population is increasing.
Yes.
So, and I know the nature of the investors coming now, African countries, they need land for long term. Okay. Example of Tanzania is 99 years actually. You see, and there is no way you can reverse. If you try to do so, now you turn the country into a big cost of paying the compensation to the investor. So, what do you do in terms of
Investors?
Investors that actually can you consider your people themselves rather than having the investors from foreign countries or from local who took big chunk of land, and the local farmers, the local pastoralists can be investors that.
Okay, I get what you're saying. Normally, we don't have investors who come to Lesotho for agricultural purposes. That's fine. Because only 2 years back when we have seen this new phenomenon of investors coming there to plan what you call this marijuana, is it marijuana? Yes, marijuana. Out of which, there's been some impossibility for us as locals to invest on that, because to invest on such a business in serious cash investment is needed. So none of us cannot afford to do that. So most people come there. It is not even a big land, a very large one. No, it is not. So most investors who come to Lesotho to invest, they just go there for roving. For example, the Chinese. These are very many in Lesotho there for roving purposes. So yes, for factories. Yes, for factories and so on. Not to invest on agriculture, because agriculture will rely on supervision. That's why most trucks will be going to Lesotho, rivers, wheat, whatever, everything there. While locals, we just plow a small portion just to feed your own family. You cannot plow to sell. To sell what, to who? Because we don't have big lands there. I think I've answered.
Could you just expand on that and give people an idea of how many of the Lesotho population? You said 2.5 million.
Something like 2.3.
Yeah, 2.3.
2020.
What percentage are directly dependent on the land, say for subsistence farming or other activities where they make their living directly from the land?
I think I would say almost all Lesotho.
Almost all.
We depend on we depend on farming, but each has got a very small portion of land just to grow enough maize for the family to sustain for the whole year, just to grow enough beans for you to acquire for the whole of the year. Actually, we are not hungry. I'll say that. Actually, we are not hungry because we have got enough for us. But now the government is trying to come up with other strategies. This new government that we have now, so that it combines all these fields. You see, it combines all these fields, so that we can make something like a farm, a very big farm, okay? So that we can grow our production and then we sell somewhere. But so far, to be fair, we don't export anything. Agriculture. Apart from that, that place is now becoming a desert, which means even the rain, is very scarce. Yesterday, people were celebrating, very much celebrating, when the rain came. And then another challenge is this one, that the water that we acquire from the mountains, it comes straight to South Africa because we are situated on the top. So it comes straight to South Africa. But there are some organizations like Renoka from different countries. It has come here to Lesotho, try to stop the water from coming out.
Thanks for your elaborate presentation. I've got a few questions. The first one is I'd like to know about the land tenure in Lesotho. If you have mentioned that, you'll pardon me. And then the second one is just a general question. Over the years, I've heard that South Africa largely depends in Lesotho in the provision of water. Yes. I want to know how true is that.
Let's come to the first one first. What do you say?
The land tenure. How do people get land in Lesotho?
In Lesotho.
Yeah.
The locals.
In general, I mean maybe legislative wise.
Okay.
Yes.
I see.
And then if you are in Lesotho, how can you get ownership of land?
The good news is that our forefathers, they had already, established so many lands there. Which that our forefathers, which means now we are just inheriting. And for those who are, but for those who are new here, maybe those who like to come and then reside in the towns. For them, in order for them to get land, they have to pass via these institutions, which are already put here, so that they may be given land. Land is no longer cheaper as it is compared in the past. It's a little bit expensive nowadays. So the second one is that it is true, my brother. South Africa depends on the water from Lesotho. There was an agreement which was signed a long time ago by the politicians. I don't know how it was signed, but it was signed. It is there that the water that we have in Lesotho must serve South Africa, and it's indeed doing that. And those who have signed for that, they are no longer alive. But much larger water comes to South Africa. And then even the machines that operate that water, they are here in South Africa. Outside the border of Lesotho, they are here in South Africa. So the machines are operated here, which means we don't have control. We don't have control over the water. And so most of us, we go fasting. Which means now, I think this new government, which we have, it has got massive work, task to try to solve things. Even though politically our country is still, unstable. Because today we're having this government, in 2 weeks' time, it will be overthrown, and we have a new one because of democracy. That's why our things don't last. Our good plans don't actually last.
Thank you very much. Land does not increase, but the population increases every time. So given that situation, that you have small piece of land, how does maybe the new generation, given that this was divided a long time ago, it may be people have increased maybe 3 or 4 times. How does this, I want to make a follow-up to him, from what he said. The new generation itself, where do they get a piece of land? And how do they get it, probably? Then secondly, I want to believe that Ethiopia had the same problem when they were trying to build a dam. Egypt complained 1,000 and 1,000 kilometers away from them. You are maybe 200 kilometers away from each other, where South Africa controls the water from the mountains. I think you can't control maybe its flow. But probably it's about you. What do you think, or how do you think people in Lesotho can make use of the water they have, rather than letting it flow, all of it, to South Africa, and all of it are going maybe to the sea finally, isn't it?
Yeah.
How, what have they put in place to make use of that water?
Okay.
They have dams.
To answer the first one, to answer the first one, the remaining lands, or the remaining land that is being used for agricultural purposes, the owners, the locals now are selling that land. Hence why the pressure in the parliament to reclaim the land back. Because you will find that after this generation, the next coming one is not going to have anywhere to live. So now we have got some projects, very big projects now in Lesotho. For example, Renuka is one of them. Renuka is trying to control this water that is coming down here. There are some dams now that have been built, apart from that one, that is giving South Africa water as a dam. There's several dams now that are being built. Today as I'm speaking, that we do like others. So I think there are more than 4 now to preserve that water from coming to South Africa. I think this is how we are going to save water. Because water, we have got water in Lesotho, and much of it, not from the sea, but from the mountains.
I don't know, it's a follow-up from what I'm not getting here on my question. Suppose that I want to go to Lesotho, maybe to have an ownership of land there. Maybe let me start by the kingdom of Eswatini. If you want to have a land there, it's either you go to you get a citizenship, and then you go to the chief, so the chiefdoms, then they will allocate you land. So in the case of Lesotho, I want to know, okay, how do I go about? Because that is not coming here to me.
Yes, I think for now we are not going to acquire land except for land.
Okay.
Because we no longer have land. And it is different from Lesotho. When it comes to South Africa here, you'll have to marry these Africans. So as to acquire land. But it is it is not popular for a South African to be married in Lesotho. No, you rather come to South Africa. Which means you, in a case when you go to Lesotho, you are going to encounter lots of problems.
So I can't buy from public auction this and that land in Lesotho.
But there are some very serious steps to be followed, even though they're not going to be successful. Yes, they are not going to be successful. I think it will just take you some 10 minutes of the process. Yes.
So it's difficult. Yeah.
It's also true to say, isn't it, that one of the problems associated with land is because it is such a mountainous country, that for more commercial agriculture, where you need space for big fields
down here,
it's only on the western strip of the country, around Maseru towards the border with South Africa, the Cathbert River. That's the only area where you could really have big farms, because it's flat. That's the only flat land.
It's only flat base.
Yeah,
and then
everything else is mountains.
It is in that land where now people are accumulating that place.
Yeah.
Even there is a law which was promulgated 2 years back. Never for the owners of the fields to sell them for building purposes. That one has now been stopped.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, you can see some small settlements coming out of those unforbidden places to be built. I don't know what's happening right now. And the problem that we have right now is that we no longer have enough land.
Maybe as a way of advocating, I give an example of my place where I come, where my parents stay. We used to have a lot of cattle, goats, and whatever livestock. But because we allow people to come in, build, and whatever, we ended up selling our cattle and goats because they have no place to place. So at the end of the day, we have nothing when they come to livestock. We rely on buying. So I think when advocating there, I want to believe that your role probably will be to advocate on behalf of those farmers who have those pieces of land, so that may continue to grow for the nation. Because if you do not do that, you are sacrificing that at the end of the day you're going to be buying rather from South Africa or other countries, yet you used to rely on what you have. Because I know the temptation could be that why are they not letting people build if they are right here the house or whatever? But yet you're going to sacrifice agricultural land for buildings.
So the problem is that we still have got some other space in the mountains. But it's very dangerous and very cold.
Not from what you're showing us.
Yes. I remember 2 weeks back I went to a trip for Mpho. From that place where the skiing there is, it's being played throughout the air. People cannot live in that kind of area because it's very cold. Only animals, at the end of the day, they do that. Which means the land up there, it's not conducible for agricultural production. It's not even conducible for us to sleep. It is only good for producing water because water naturally comes out in those areas. That's why most of us today we come down next to what? Next to the heat of the sun down here because up there is very, very cold.
You have a question? One more question before we break for our lunch. I think lunch is ready. Is there much mining activity that takes up or disturbs the land?
Yes, much mining is there, but up in the mountains. Up in the mountains, okay, where the diamond is being mined. Yeah. But it is very cold living there.
But that's not depriving people of their land.
No, it's not at all, because I think my country, we are still lucky because those mountains have given lots and lots and lots of natural resources in there. We just need good brains for us to go and try to explore. And then now, the only fear that we have is to allow the foreigners to come to Lesotho because they will do exactly what was done here in Zimbabwe. They came to South Africa, they took everything, and then South Africa now is experiencing this volcanic eruptions and so on and so forth. So I think we in Lesotho, we still have that fear of allowing them to come there because I think I still haven't seen that up there in the mountains, those untouched lands, we have got lots and lots of platinum, gold, whatever we can think of. Because now I think Lesotho is one now in South Africa here, or the rest of Africa. That small mine that we have, we are able to produce very qualitative gold there. Very good one. That's one mountain that we have.
Okay, Lucius, thank you very much. So that's a very nice example of a country profile. Quite short and sweet, we understand the major problems. And as we go through the week, hopefully we will be able to compare each of the different countries and see what are the common themes that emerge where advocacy is concerned. There will be differences, obviously, between each country, but there might be some common factors as well.
Okay, good afternoon, colleagues. Parliamentary liaison office in context of Namibia. So there we see the 3 bishops, Archbishop, and then on this side is our Namibian Bishop, Liberation Shenda. This presentation will be done by Deacon Josef, Damaseb, myself. Okay. The table of content, background context, historical and current land-related challenges, legal and policy framework governing land rights and ownership, ongoing advocacy initiatives and their impact, NGOs and government collaboration, and then conclusion will be. There we are having the Catholic members of Parliament, those belong to Catholic Church. So normally what we are doing as the CPLO, we are inviting them to the Mass before they start with their parliamentary work. Then we invite all Catholic members and then they are then blessed and continue with their work. Okay. So Namibia, as I will direct you quickly where it is situated, let me move quickly for those who really don't know where Namibia is. Here you see Namibia, very vast land, and there it is. And it's border with South Africa, Botswana, Zimbabwe, and Angola. That's our neighbors sharing the same borders. So it's a vast land, as you see there, square meters, 824,269 square kilometers, as it is there. And the total population, which was recorded in 2011, census 2.1 million. Just to tell you, before independence, 1990, then we had only 1.5 million people. But when the people came back from exile and so on, the population grew, and within the 30 years time frame, we built up with almost 1 million people. And as we are gathered here, 24th of September, it was yesterday, I think, we had a census which was then lodged ongoing in Namibia. So census took place yesterday. So we are having two deserts in Namibia, namely Namib Desert, and then we are having the West and Kalahari Desert in the east. So that's now the deserts. And these waters are coming down to Cape Town. So we are having the same water which we are sharing. All right, then in Namibia was colonized first by German in 1884 until 1915. And then under South Africa, then was ruled from 1915 up to 1990. So we had two colonial masters, first Germany, and then South Africa, who took in Namibia as the fifth colony. Okay. Land disposition and alienation took place during the German South Africa rule, including genocide against the Ovaherero. You are always hearing about the Ovaherero and the Nama communities during that German rule, where the skulls of the people were killed and taken away to Germany and so on. Namibia is now claiming back the skulls and so on. General Lothar von Trotter extermination orders against the Ovaherero and the Nama in 1904 and 1905 respectively. So those are the Herero people and the Nama people, as you see there, how they dress themselves. Next slide. A formal proclamation to expropriate the entire movable and fixed property was signed in 1905, and it includes cattle and land. So in order to have land, Germans were very clever. Then they just gave people cattle in order to get for themselves land. It's how people were robbed. And then land laws led to anti-colonial resistance by the Ovaherero and the Nama communities during the period of 1904 to 1907. Many lives were lost. Historical and current land-related challenges. You see, it's a mountainous country, the rural areas, and people are in that typical homesteads and so on. That's the farmlands, communal lands, and so on. Okay, can move on. So more Minority of the white people live in overcrowded communal areas in such and urban areas. But now, according to the Czech Dwellers Federation of Namibia, supported by Namibia Housing Action Group, July 2021 to June 2022, the annual report stated that 40% of Namibia overall population and around 80% of its urban in the town set up. In urban population currently lived in sex and rented rooms in informal settlements, while little or no municipality infrastructures and services. The land dispossessed communities do not have access to land. So we are always fighting for land. Everywhere it's the same problem. People want land. And then at independence, 1990, approximately 36.2 million hectares, which constitutes 44% of total land area of private freehold communal land, was owned by about 4,500 previously disadvantaged persons. So from the background, just to go on, the land was in the hands of the minority, and now to get the land back, it's somehow you have to have resettlement, buying the farms from those who are owning the land. But the government is given the first option in order to buy the land, and then subdivided in sections, the full farm plot, to give it to certain people who qualify after you apply for the land. So government bought many farms, big farms, and subdivided its people there around. The commission recommended the establishment of native reserve based on ethnicity. Land disposition in Namibia during the colonial rule occurred through protection treaties and sales agreements by Van Trotter and so on, that German who was very powerful. The ordinance and proclamation legislation and forced removals. So people were forced away from their areas and then they acquire land for themselves. So that's now the setup of the urban area, towns, but not in town itself, but in the municipality areas. Then you can see legal and policy frameworks governing land rights and ownership. You can move to the another slide. Generally, land ownership in Namibia is classified in communal land for the people in communal areas, state land in the town setups, and freehold title land, which is commercial. So we have got three systems: the state, the freehold, which is commercial, people with money, with farms, commercial farming, and then we have got communal land where these people are settled for 99 years. You can stay on that land for communal land. Just go to the chiefs and authorities, just apply for a plot, and if they give you the land rights, then you can stay on that land for 99 years. So your children can live on there. If you pass on, then it just continue. So here, freehold is now where you commercial, you buy a farm, millions of rents, and then you can operate as you wish because it's your farm. Now, according to the 2018 Namibian Statistics Agency data, private freehold agricultural land represents 41.6%, and then state land 23.5%, and then the communal land on which more than 70% people are living on. So that's how it has been put on as data. State land includes community forest, conservancies, national parks, and mineral and mine exploration areas. The Constitution of the Republic of Namibia, Article 16, property states, all persons shall have the right in any part of Namibia to acquire, own, and dispossess of all forms of immovable and movable property individually or in association with others, and to bequeath their property to their heirs and legatees, and provide that Parliament may be legislation, prohibit or regulate as it deems expedient in right to acquire property by persons who are not Namibia citizens. So you can have the land as a Namibian citizen, but as I have said, when you are in need of land, then you can apply to the traditional authorities, the chiefs, and they can give you the land for 99 years. Otherwise, if you need a farm, then you buy from those who want to get rid of farms, but then you have to take out money. Number two, the state or competent body or an organ authorized by law may expropriate property in public interest subject to payment of just compensation in accordance with requirements and procedures to be determined by Act of Parliament. So everything should be dealt with the Acts of Parliament. Agricultural Commercial Land Reform Act, we have got an Act number 6 of 1995. After 5 years of independence, then they put in place Act number 6 of Agricultural Commercial Land. The object of the Act is to provide for acquisition of the agricultural land by the state for the purposes of land reform and for the allocation of such land to Namibian citizens who do not own or otherwise do not have the use of any or adequate agricultural land, and for most to those Namibian citizens who have been socially, economically, educationally disadvantaged by the past discriminatory laws or practices to vest in state and preferred right to purchase agricultural land for the purpose of the Act. So it's open, but you have to apply, and Namibian citizens are giving the preference in order to acquire land. Communal land. Communal land is, like we said, in the traditional areas. The object of the Act is to provide for the allocation of rights in respect of communal land and to establish communal land boards to provide the powers of chiefs, traditional authorities, and boards in relation to communal land, and to make provisions to incidental matters. So the chiefs, traditional leaders, they are having their authority to give land to those who were previously disadvantaged. Next slide. National resettlement programs and policies. The program and policy provides criteria for resettlement and land allocation. As I have said previously, what government is doing in Namibia, now government is buying the farms, big farms. Most of the people who owns farms are staying in Germany and so on. They had got their farms, but now government is now negotiating with them in order to at least sell their farms. Some have got 2, 3 farms, but they are not occupying, staying on the farms. And then, yes, in order to resettle those who were previous disadvantaged. And as I've said, a farm with 14 camps and so on is subdivided into different sections so that at least the previous disadvantaged people could at least acquire a portion of land. The National Conference on Land Reform and the Land Question Resolutions, we had 2 land conferences, the first one and the second one. And the conferences which was held was to at least make recommendations focusing on past injustices with regards to the land acquisition, ancestral land, where the conference resolved that restitution based on ancestral land claims will be impossible. Foreign land ownership, where it was recommended that no foreigner should own farmland, but only be allowed use and development and conditions of farm workers. So as I've said, they had already their farms maybe inherited from their parents previously, but now government is now playing nice role with them and say, okay, you have got farms, you have got 2, 3, 4 farms. Can you please sell these farms so that we can at least resettle our people who previously were disadvantaged? Government is buying the farms and people are applying for resettlement purposes and they are placed accordingly. Affirmative action loan schemes are also given. That is now the Kavango region, far in the northeastern part of Namibia, next to Zambezi, Caprivi Stroke. The scheme administered by AgriBank, there is a bank which is giving money to those who qualifies in order to be assisted financially, and then they are considering previous advantaged people first, Namibians, before reaching out. And Namibians to acquire land in commercial areas, it depends on whether you are having money. If you are assisted by AgriBank, which is dealing with the farm purposes, then you can then buy a commercial land, a farm, through AgriBank. It depends on how your record is, whether you can meet criteria or not. Okay. In 2018, second land conference resolutions were taken there. As I said, the first land conference, which took place in 1991, recommended or give the recommendations and also the performance with regards to the land reform. Now, as you maybe also follow the news, the ancestral land is very much important. We have got 14 regions in Namibia, closer to Cape Town. We have got the area where the Nama indigenous people are staying. They are claiming it's their ancestral land, and then we are moving up to the north next to Zambezi, Caprivi. There we have got now Caprivians, and then we have got Kavango East and Kavango West, ancestral lands, and then we move to the left side. There we are having 4 O's, as we are calling them, and everybody is claiming their ancestral land. Okay, recommendations. The conference adopted various resolutions speaking to ancestral land rights and claims, expropriation of land with just compensation, agricultural land price review of the resettlement policy, as I have said, at least government is coming forth to buy the farms and then give the people at least as compensation the land. Previous disadvantaged people. At least government is doing something, buying the farms and then resettle the people. As we say, resettle is go and sit there. You can farm with your 2-3 goats or cows. At least that part is catered by the government. Agricultural land price, as I say, Agribank is there to assist those who have got money or those who have got good records and can move on. Ongoing advocacy initiatives and their impacts. Right. Slide. Land reform has been very slow, hence ongoing advocacy initiatives. Affected communities are advocating for ancestral land rights and restitution. So people want land everywhere. So everyone is not yet satisfied. They want land. But somehow, when people are getting land for the purpose of having the land, can also not do something with the land, but they are claiming they want land. The government of Republic of Namibia and the Federal Republic of Germany are negotiating on genocide, very sensitive issue. And Germany government is asked for an apology on atrocities that they have done. Many people were taken falsely or killed, and the skulls were taken to Germany, putting in museums and so on. And few skulls has been recovered and brought back, but this issue is very much sensitive. And the land acquisition for the affected communities in major part of the negotiations. So it's mostly the Nama speaking people and the Ovaherero people who have been affected a lot in the wars of 1904 to 1907. Okay. We are having civil society organizations, working groups on land reform, which is assisting the government. We are having also Namibia National Farmers Union, those are the unions who are also coming in. Council of Churches in Namibia, as we have said, they were the front runners. The church played its very important role in order to the independence of Namibia as well as after independence. And then we are also having the Union of Namibian Workers, National Youth Council, which is there, and Women's Solidarity and Rural People's Institution for Empowerment. There are a lot of non-governmental movements and the movements which are assisting government for this land question. Namibia Housing Action Group, Shack Dwellers Federation of Namibia, Trade Union Congress of Namibia, Legal Assistance Center of Namibia, and Development Trust, Namibia Rural Women's Assembly and Social Development Desk of the Evangelical Lutheran Church is also advocating for the land reform. As I said, the land is now trying to be shared among the Namibians, but the majority of the people are still in need of land. So the Legal Assistance Center estimates that the urban population stands at 52% compared to 28% at independence. So it has moved drastically from 1990, as we are standing now in 2003, at least 52% of people at least have got access to land. Access to land in urban areas has become a crisis. Why? Because most of the people are moving from the rural areas to come to the urban areas, to the towns set up. And when they are there because of lack of work and so on, behind the well-built house, they are putting on their sex there. And that is a major problem for the local authorities, that they are not going to handle people. So people are just going to come, my brother, my nephew come to town for the possibility of work. If there is no place in-house, they construct their own shacks there. And it's a problem. Cabinet High-Level Committee on Land Reform was established to oversee the implementation of second land conference. So as I said, we had 2 land conferences and they are still working on, but the implementation is always slow. So everything has been put on paper, slowly but surely things are happening, but it's not 100% satisfactory. NGOs and government collaborative, how they are working together. Notable success and setbacks and lessons learned. Legislative framework are in place to address access to land and land reform. Platforms through conferences, as I have said, the first land reform conference and the second one have created engagement space on the land question in Namibia. It's an ongoing process. Available research work by the academics and other institutions, including the report of the Commission of Inquiry into Claims of Ancestral Land Rights, and the institution provides advocacy grounds. The setbacks have been lack of urgency to address the land question. Slow, although people are in need. Also, the lack of prioritizing and targeting the land dispossessed in the resettlement programs. As I have said, the program is there. The farm owners, those who are owning the farms, who are staying outside the country, somehow are slow to sell their farms. They just put the manager there and they are staying there and come maybe once in a year to just look on their property. And government is really trying, Namibian government is trying in order to ease that burden of landless people. Future goals and priorities in advancing land justice. Continue with civil society organizations advocating regarding land, include open land. So those are the people who I said who are working closer. CPO members with the bishop, and this is Director Morris, and then Secretary General is Patrice, and others are parliamentarians, Catholic members. And thank you for listening.
On land related to this issue. The information I in the organization called Interreligious Council of Ethiopia. The Interreligious Council of Ethiopia is the state-based organization that coordinates several religious in Ethiopia on common agendas, especially by focusing on the history. And the Ethiopian Orthodox Church, Islamic Council, Catholic Church, Evangelical Church, and the number of these institutions of this council. And the council, as I told you, coordinates these several institutions on main issue or regardless of their religious background. They coordinate, they cooperate on issues like disability, legal matter, and the child marriage and so on. Now, at the council, we are not directly involved or engaged in land issues, land community, but simply what we get on internet and the countries in Ethiopia. Based on the outline that we have been shared from Diego, I tried my best to prepare the presentation, and then accordingly, I will review the presentation. Where I start from the historical and the current land related challenges in Ethiopia. Historically, see or maybe begin from the historical challenges from land inequalities. Historically, land was concentrated in the hands of a few landlords, leading to widespread landlessness of humans farming in Ethiopia. During the imperial Ethiopia, during the imperial era, land ownership was highly concentrated among the aristocracy and the Ethiopian. Right.
Next. Yeah.
Next. Yeah, and then the land ownership was highly concentrated among the aristocracy in the Ethiopian states, during the and then this system of land ownership led to the majority of the population as landless, inlanders, or sharecroppers. Another issue or point, land redistribution under the Derg regime is another historical challenge that we can solve here. The Derg regime, which came to power in 1974, initiated land reforms aimed at addressing land inequalities, which I stated earlier. Large states were seized from landlords during this region, and land was redistributed to landless inlanders. Many rural areas. Another challenge is lack of formal land tenure is another historical challenge related to land. Many rural areas operated under the customary land tenure system, making the land rights unclear and subject to disputes. This was another historical challenge. Customary land tenure systems, many rural communities in Ethiopia historically relied on customary land tenure system. Land rights were often not formally documented under such system. Systems were based on oral traditions and the community consensus rather than formal legal titles. Here was the challenge. Before the 20th century, Ethiopia was largely characterized by feudal land tenure system. The land was often controlled by the nobility and the church, leaving inlanders with limited land rights. During Italian occupation, especially 1936 to 1941, there were attempts to change the land tenure system. The Italians introduced private land ownership in some regions, breaking up communal land holdings. During Haile Selassie regime from 1930s to 1974, made efforts to modernize land tenure, and the 1960s rural land proclamation was there. which is aimed to formalize land rights and promote individual and land ownership. However, customary land tenure continues to coexist. During the Derg regime again, introduced radical land reform in 1995. Under this reform, all land was nationalized and the private land ownership was abolished, aimed to collectivize land and redistribute to either through the formation of agricultural cooperation. Again, traditional land use patterns under this review distributed and forced collectivization. Then customary land tenure systems were severely undermined. After or post-Derg era or 1991 to the present time, Ethiopian tradition to transition to a federal system of government. Land tenure system vary between regions. There are different regions in Ethiopia, and the land tenure systems vary between regions. Many regions have sought to recognize and they protect customary land tenure practices. The 1995 Ethiopian Constitution recognized land as the common property of the Ethiopian people. Empowers regional states to determine land tenure from their own context. Recognize communal land rights, seeking to protect the land rights of marginalized groups, especially the indigenous and the pastoralist communities. Conflicts over land-related conflicts, especially boundary disputes, overlapping land claims, competing land uses, Ethiopia have been recurring issues under diverse development treaties. The cause is the absence of clear and formalized land tenures arrangements in the course and because of that. Current challenges in the rural area, land tenure insecurity is there. Dispute reforms, tenure insecurity remains a problem in rural area with deep disputes over land boundaries in the tenure rights. In urban area, urban land issues, rapid urbanization in Ethiopia has indeed given rise to various urban land issues, including land speculations, inadequate urban planning, and over land allocation. Land speculation, when we take this point, investors and speculators purchasing land in anticipation of its future value appreciation. This has driven up land prices, made it difficult for the citizen process of the impact by land. Land grabbing. Large-scale land acquisitions by investors have led to disputes and complications in local communities, and this acquisition can lead communities and disrupt their livelihoods. Informal settlement is another challenge, the current challenge. Rapid urbanization has resulted in the growth of informal settlements, often lack of land tenure, basic service, and infrastructure facility, land-related elements for residents. The legal and the policy framework governing land rights and the ownership in Ethiopia, let me mention some of the legal and the policy framework. One was the first, and the first legal framework is the country's constitution. This constitution recognizes the right to land and it provides a framework for land tenure. especially Article 40 acknowledges the right to ownership of rural and urban land and access to this information detail online through further information. The second legal or the policy framework is the 1995 Rural Land Administration, the Land Use Proclamation. This proclamation introduced the concept of land holding certificates and formalizing land rights in rural area. The third one is the 1996 Urban Land Lease Holding Proclamation, and the governs this proclamation, urban land use rights, and the lease agreements. The fourth one is regional land laws, as I tried to mention earlier. Those regions found in Ethiopia. It's talk all about the regional land laws of this region. Ethiopia regions have enacted their own land laws to accommodate regional variations and the critical federalism. The third point is ongoing advocacy initiatives and their impact projects to land justice in Ethiopia. Land advocacy organizations is the NGO called Land Investment for Transformation, LIFT NGO. Its program focuses on improving smallholder farmers' access to land through land certification and the the impact of the action of this organization is ensure the land tenure security, reduce conflicts, and increase access to trade and agricultural service for those farmers. Landis, another organization called is Landis. Landis is another significant player in advocating for land rights and the equitable land access in Ethiopia. This program and the initiatives, Landis programs such as a legal awareness campaign and the policy engagements on this issue. And this impact is the impact of Landis work in recognizing the protecting women's land rights is seen as one of the impact. Collaborative practice involving NGOs, communities, and the government policy drafting land these issues in Ethiopia. The NGOs that I've already mentioned, like Landesa, Land Investment for Transformation, Action Aid, Ethiopia, Farm, Ethiopian Civil Society, Parliamentary or Land, and International Land Coalition. All these NGOs are collaboratively work government in Ethiopia. The notable success setback and the lessons learned related to land justice issues in Ethiopia. Let's mention some success based on the action taken as I mentioned in my presentation. The formalization of land rights through land holding certificates has improved land security in some of these areas. Advocacy efforts have raised awareness of land justice issues and led to policy reforms. Collective initiatives have resolved some land disputes and improved land administration. Some challenges, implementation challenges there. Even so, most of the time policies are great, but there is implementation challenge. Many reforms face difficulties in execution and the enforcement of the Another challenge is the country disputes. Ethnic pluralism are sometimes in the land conflicts along with lines, land distribution and the corruption. Challenges related to urban land allocation persist due to speculative practices and the corruption. Lesson learned, effective land reform requires, that is what we learned from this, a strong political point is needed. Community engagement is mandatory. The focus on civil land distribution is important. Addressing historical injustice and resolving disputes requires a multifaceted approach involving multiple stakeholders, and the land policies must adapt to changing demographic and urbanization. Recommendation for future goals and the priorities in advancing land justice in Ethiopia. Recommendation for development was already some of the recommendation. Some of the recommendations mentioned here. The recommendation is for the government. I simply mentioned like state defending land tenure security in rural areas, they are facing disputes over land boundaries, ensuring responsibility addressing climate change, impacts for land, promoting sustainability. Recommendation for government is still encouraging inclusive stakeholder up to land development, fostering land distribution and addressing historical injustice, especially in ethnically diverse regions, enhancing the capacity of local institutions to manage land disputes and land administration. As we represent face-based organization, I try to recommend the face-based organization some of the points based on advocacy and awareness. FPOs can raise awareness within the religion communities about the importance of land justice and equitable land distribution. They can advocate for policies that align with the religious principles for establishing the social justice. Using more guidance, FPOs can provide moral and ethical guidelines or guidance for land use and land-related conflicts. They can emphasize principles of fairness, compassion, and the responsible land management in their teachings. Conflict resolution, FPOs can mediate land-related conflicts within their communities, helping to find peaceful resolutions based on their principles or reconciliation and forgiveness. Support for vulnerable groups, FPOs often have social outreach programs. They can provide support and advocate for vulnerable groups, including widows, orphans, and displaced persons who may be affected by land injustice. Community building, environmental stewardship, and all these aspects is FPO can be used. After that, when I come to my council or the organization that I represent, and the Religious Council of Ethiopia can facilitate interfaith dialogue. The council can facilitate an interfaith dialogue and the collaboration on land justice issue for the religious non-religious institutions, bringing it together religious leaders from various phases and foster a unified approach for addressing land-related challenges. In terms of policy advocacy, the council can engage with government authorities to advocate for land policies that align with principles of justice, fairness, and the equitable distributions of land resources. Conflict prevention and resolution, the Religious Council of Ethiopia can be instrumental in preventing and resolving land conflicts by using their influence to promote peace and reconciliation. Terms of mediation and arbitration also RC can provide mediation arbitration service in land disputes using their neutral and position in the community. And also can form partnership with international organizations. The importance of this training maybe as a participant is you can recommend as is I want to touch some points and interlink the current situation in the present context of Ethiopia. The land and the land justice in Ethiopia are deeply interconnected with the ongoing national dialogue and the transitional.
Sorry, Mr. Yohannes, is that the right side that we're reading?
Yes, yes, yes.
Yep.
Okay, you can continue.
Transition now, Ethiopia is under the process of national dialogue and transition. Issues because of the current situation in Ethiopia. Here, our president, this issue is identified of land-related challenges in Ethiopia, such as land dispossession and unequal distribution are deep historical issues in Ethiopia. Many of the injustices stem from the past regions, including imperial rule, the Dark region, and the more recent land grabs. These historical injustices are a key focus of transitional justice, as they have caused immense suffering and the societal division. So another component of transitional justice is all about truth and reconciliation. Transitional justice forces, including truth, the Reconciliation Commission aimed to uncover the truth about the past atrocities and the human rights abuse. In the context of land, this may involve investigating code of land dispossession, forced displacement, and other violations related to land rights. So acknowledging this past context is critical for healing and reconciliation. Land restitution. As part of the transitional basis, land restitution mechanisms may be established to address historical land injustice. This could involve returning the land to its rights, rightful owners, or providing compensation to those who were unlawfully dispossessed. Ensuring that land injustice is a component of transitional justice can help find historical wrongs. National dialogue. The national dialogue process often includes discussions about land governance and land related. Communities affected by the land injustice can use this platform to share their grievances and advocate for redress. Inclusive dialogue can lead to policy change that prioritize land justice and the effective distribution of land resources. Policy reforms. The transitional justice processes can provide an opportunity to reform land policies and legal resources frameworks to ensure greater equity and justice. Land governance reforms include recognizing customary land tenure system, protecting the rights of vulnerable groups, and promoting sustainable land management. Community involvement involved transitional justice and the national dialogue process involving affected communities. Communities that have suffered from land-related injustice should have a voice in shaping the outcome of this process, and then this participation can help ensure that land justice. Conflict resolution. Land-related conflicts are being the source of tension and violence in Ethiopia. As part of transitional justice and the national dialogue efforts, mechanisms for resolving land disputes and the conflicts should be established or relevant. This can contribute to peace and stability in the country. Summary. Land justice is a crucial component of transitional justice and the national dialogue process in Ethiopia, addressing historical land injustice, ensuring truth, the reconciliation, and reforming land government essential steps toward building a more just living. By integrating land justice into these processes, Ethiopia can work toward healing pathways, promoting social vision, and achieving sustainability. Thank you for your listening. Here is all about the profile and the mind assessment.
Good afternoon, sisters and brothers. I'm going to present, a brief profile about Malawi related to the land issues and land justice. I didn't present the outline. I'll just start with the hard stuff. Yeah. Yes, I noticed that this morning, when people were talking about countries, we were even wondering, where is it located in Africa? And how does it look like? Malawi is a long strip of land in the central eastern part of Africa, and on the northeast we have Tanzania. See, this is about Tanzania. And then on the west we have Zambia. Then on this west southeastern part of Malawi we have Mozambique. So we are pocketed. Pocketed Mozambique. It's a small country, but it's a blessed country because the third largest lake in Africa, apart from Lake Victoria, the Lake Tanganyika, the Rift Valley goes down to Malawi, then backward to Zambia, up to the entrance to the sea. Blessed land, but unfortunately, due to maybe lack of political will, we are one of the poorest countries. You will not be surprised that being at the lake there, people are running short of water, they have no water to drink, and yet God has given us all these things. But that shows the importance of politics and having good political leaders in a country. So that's Malawi. And the Zambia is 5 times as big as Malawi. Mozambique is, I think, about 7 times as big as Malawi. Tanzania is about 6 or 8 times big as Malawi. But you'll be surprised, in Zambia, there are only 14 million. And in Malawi, there are 20 million of us. You have finished a good job. So background. The Catholic Parliament, I'll just take the text so as not to take a long time. The Catholic Parliamentary Liaison office was established in 2011 under the Bishops' Conference of Malawi. The office was set up to enhance and strengthen the lobbying and advocacy of the Catholic Church in Malawi, while laying special emphasis on spiritual and pastoral focus on governance issues. So we try to do it from also the pastoral and perspective. Its primary purpose is to provide an effective and strategically placed forum for positive policy influence. And I think this has come up in many organizations. Positive policy influence, that before regulations are made, that we are there to maybe to contribute to the formulation of bills. Thus maintain the presence of the Catholic Church in the public domain. The CPLO's advocacy efforts are accompanied by moral and ethical principles based on the Catholic social teaching, because it is the duty of the church to speak for the voiceless. That's one thing. So advocacy, lobbying, speaking for the voiceless, and to form good leaders. That's another important thing, because we can complain about leaders, but I think they too need to be formed in conscience. So it's the duty of the church, and that's what we try to do in Malawi. Next one. Next slide. The risk to lose land is what I know what I wrote. It really concerns mainly what we call customary land, which is held by users with no formal land title deeds. I think in Uganda presented something similar. In Malawi, we have the so-called the freehold land, customary land, and leasehold. And the The custom land is that land that is used by the majority, and as I'm going to explain later, it's generally inherited. These are generally poor people, those that that's where actual land issues are really concentrated on, custom land. These are generally poor people in both urban centers and rural areas. In such cases, land conflicts and disputes may sometimes be resolved unfairly through corruption practices, particularly when one party belongs to a marginalized group of land users, such as women, the elderly, the poor, or persons with disabilities. So although land is essential for the realization of basic human rights, including access to food and adequate housing, there is no proper mechanism to ensure that these rights are upheld. That's a problem. No proper mechanism to that say these rights are upheld. In September 2016, Parliament passed 10 land-related laws reforming land governance in the country. Among the most significant of the new laws is the Customary Land Act, which seeks to recognize the role of traditional authorities in land governance and disputes of resolutions, while guaranteeing smallholder farmers customer access and use rights to their land. This is, in principle, it sounds very nice, but unfortunately, it's not the case. Next slide. You go too far? Yes, yeah. So, on paper, such laws as the Custom Land Act brought a huge promise and hope to many poor people and the traditional leadership regarding land governance, because the poor people said, yes, now I think can have one. Traditional leaders and the poor masses thought they had been empowered to possess land and own land. Despite the hopes that were invested in the land law reform process, it has proven controversial. The new laws faced resistance while being piloted in selected districts. And one sticky issue is whether men will act as mediators of women's sought access to land. Responding to the controversies in February 2021, the President, Dr. Lazarus ordered a review of the land laws again, particularly concerning the customary law, because it seems it's not answering the real needs of the real needs of the people. So it is imperative that significant players such as chiefs and local people are actively and generally involved in the next land law review process, and more importantly, that there is need to increase public awareness and knowledge on the 2016 land laws. So this is the land ordinance. Now, historical, I don't know what is historical, something like that, no? Challenges in Malawi. Malawi, interestingly, is a country that has both patriarchal and matrilineal cultural and traditional practices. The northern region, northern part of Malawi, and bits of the southern part are patriarchal, meaning that once married, women move to their husband's home. It is observed that women in such setup struggle to attain economic independence. And I think when my father was speaking about his Swaziland, I thought of that particular area because it's similar. So women really struggle for to attain economic independence, and patriarchy puts women in a position of somehow bondage. In a patriarchy, authority is exercised by the male head of the family, and inheritance occurs through the male children. So a woman, a girl child, is culturally left out. What else you don't know? And they do not even have, a woman does not even have a right on land in the patriarchal system, which is really, again, it's an issue of injustice. While in the central and southern part of Malawi, regions of Malawi, These are predominantly matrilineal. What do you mean by that? This is a matrilocal system whereby a man leaves his home and goes to live in his wife's village, and the land belongs to the woman. So do the children. So when I say I'm going home, this is my mother's place. I never think of going to my father's place. See, I'm a stranger. It's my mother's place. With the children, the land belongs to the woman. These cultural practices are also a breeding ground for injustices on land issues for a man in a man, because for a man in a matrilineal, what set up? He does not own land. So he may not have that interest to develop that land. Because it's not his, not for the children. And likewise, in the patriarchal society, customary, the woman cannot own or inherit land. Inheritance in a matriarchal system goes through the woman's lineage, which on its own could be a hindrance to the full implementation of the land laws in Malawi. And in a matriarchal system of marriage, property inheritance is passed through the woman's line. In a matriarchal kinship groups, the woman gets the best access to land because the husband relocates to the worst place. So, but that's also a kind of a problem, as I said, because the man feels he is a stranger and he doesn't put all his effort to develop or no, the village. So the following are some of the contentious issues or problems on land governance in Malawi. One, land grabbing. An unequal distribution of land among men and women. Lack of security of tenure. Corruption in land transactions in both cities and rural areas. Unjust and poor distribution of land based on politicization and poor access to justice for the poor in land or in other cases. These are some of the numerous problems characterizing the governance and administration of land in Malawi. So particularly grabbing and unequal distribution of land, and this is a real problem. Most church-owned land in Malawi is under customary ownership of land called freeholds. The insecurity and lack of control over the land is also fed by the church. Of late, one of the Catholic dioceses, which happens to be my own diocese, announced a temporary closure of a health center due to land conflicts between the parish and the surrounding community. Because, in those days, missionaries acquired a lot of land for the church. When, Malawi, before we became independent, we were only 3 million. Yes, less than 50 years, about 50 years ago, 3 million, now we're 20 million. So at that time, the chief just say, "Oh, you want this piece of land?" Yes. Look, have a look at that tree over there, about 3 kilometers away. It's all yours. Of course, it was good for the church because they were able to build the schools, hospitals, and you would name it on the line. But now, with the population, it's a problem. Population boom. This was a result of encroachment. On the 6th of October, the encroachers brutally assaulted and vandalized the same staff and property. So it should be known that cases of encroachment are many in the country. The church owns vast chunks of land which are used for medical purposes. For example, the church owns about 1,600 schools, 5 health training colleges, teachers training colleges, 26 hospitals, 54 health, nutrition, and health centers, and name it. These institutions are at the threat of having their operations affected due to inadequate understanding of the law and protection. Next one. So legal policy and so forth, regarding what land ownership. It should be stated that since the attainment of independence, the country has experienced 2 major land reforms. The first reform took place almost immediately after independence with the implementation of the Land Act in 1965. Under the 1965 legislation, customary land was defined as all land held, occupied, or used under customary law. So whether you are in the patriarchal system there, it is the man that owns it. If you're in the matrilineal, it was the woman that owned the land. While it was the expectation of the local settlers to have secured their land rights and restarted their living, their traditional way of life, the land reform led to displacement of natives and land grabbing ensued because of maybe some people that would just come and say, we buy this piece of land and whatnot. So this to say that the land problem in Malawi is a colonial legacy. It was already there before.
Henry?
Yes.
I see you've got another 30 slides to go.
No, that was just pictures.
Okay.
Yeah, that was just.
We need to watch the time.
Yes, yeah. So I stated earlier, in September 2016, Parliament got no, among the most significant of the new laws is the Customary Land Act, which seeks to recognize the role of traditional authorities in land governance and dispute resolution. While granting smallholder farmers customary access and use rights to their land, another promise that won the hearts of many citizens during the land law reform process, culminating into 2016 land laws, was the potential empowerment of traditional leaders and the public under the Customary Act. There was also a narrative that the new land laws would improve access to land by Malawians, including youth and women, as well as improving tenure security through creation and registration of custom state. This was expected that the new laws would improve sustainable use of land and based resources and social economy. The other one. So ongoing advocacy and our impact. CSOs, including the CPRO, in collaboration with the Commission for Justice and Peace, conducted awareness-raising sessions in designated areas of the country as a follow-up of a research that had been conducted by the Institute of Policy Research and Social Empowerment of Zappos. The research was entitled Political Economy Analysis of Women's Access to Secure and Fair Access to Resources and Land Rights in Malawi. The CPRO engaged the Catholic parliamentarians, that was the first thing, on the high expectations people had on the new land law bills when they were being formulated, and they disappointed by the many because their expectations are not met. However, the impact of such advocacy initiatives that was that people had finally begun to talk about land issues, and the country has since seen some corrupt land dealings being exposed by the public or local communities. However, there is still a lot to be done. Collaborative efforts. Generally, they promise to empower the chiefs and citizens and citizenry on the land matters is the new land legal framework. In the new land legal framework has not been realized. The resistance experienced from both chiefs and the people in several areas, both in patrilineal and matrilineal societies in the country, is indicative of the serious and critical problems in Malawi's land governance crisis. Some civil society organizations, like the Catholic Parliamentarians, Liaison Office, Catholic Commission for Justice and Peace, LandNet, and the Center of Democracy and Economic Development, have also voiced out their observation on the controversies of the new land reforms. For instance, LandNet noted that many sectors of society think that the Customary Land Act is too great a departure from the way land issues have previously been managed, both at family and community level in Malawi. CPRO noted that the resistance from the citizenry and other important actors like chiefs would be as a result of a government-centered land reform process where CEOs were only required to submit views in the consultative exercise when reviewing the laws. The next one. Notable success. The most notable success story of our intervention on land issues was that we were able to interact and raise awareness with different categories of people in the Malawi society. These were smallholder farmers, vulnerable women, traditional chiefs or leaders and politicians, and the following are some of the setbacks and lessons also there. One of the most staggering challenges faced in the communities is the knowledge gap on land laws in Malawi. So these land laws are not really known. The communities are not able to articulate issues of land. Two, not all land rights are protected and upheld by the law under the existing system. For instance, although acknowledged, customary land rights are not legally enforced because they are governed by unwritten customary, should say, law. And so these, if you own a piece of land because you inherited it, there's no written document. That's a challenge. The next one. There was a clear absence of women's presence in the voice during the explanation of the awareness raised movement. Not many women participated in the discussion. The Ministry of Lands has not been centralized, affecting its budget making and allocation of funds. Therefore, the ministry offices do not have the capacity to perform activities that will enhance land rights and governance in Malawi. There is grave disorganization in the government offices, whereby land officers from the Ministry of Land have not been empowered with training and capacity building on the 2016 land laws. Meanwhile, traditional chiefs and authorities have received sensation of training, but it's still lacking. Next, a future priorities. The main legal obstacle for equal land rights for women observed are delay in legal justice on land issues, where it takes time for courts to settle land disputes. If a woman needs or not, I think that's what we are. The next one. Social and cultural obstacles for equal land rights for women in the patriarchal circles is a great problem. Even the matriarchal setup, it is observed that the use of Mpho in dealing with women's land cases, adequate assistance is not really attained. Sometimes, as for the future, we intend to focus on sensitization or awareness raising on land issues. Two, operational challenges or conflicts that may undermine the successful implementation of good, using people who can do the work much better and maybe using the local people in the communities. Three, recommendations. Our interaction with the local communities showed that there are no organized procedures for managing and planning the usage of rural land. As a result, the majority of customary land does not have access to current land use plans. Even that, many land users are practiced in many land uses are practiced in rural areas, and that there are numerous and various interest groups. This issue needs immediate attention. This will eventually solve scarcity of land problem in rural areas. There are CPLOs, JP, and other CSOs need to engage relevant stakeholders. The next. So I think these are all recommendations that I think it would be theoretical. I would say you will read them. you will read them. Let's go down. Yeah, you will read them. So there is, so in conclusion, the injustices perpetuated by some cultural practices on land issues are deeply embedded in most ethnic groups in Malawi and will require a comprehensive training for transformation to correct their mindset. Particularly in the patriarchal system, where they say no woman can own anything. And in Matrino, they say it's the woman. Instead of it's ours. And so the legal framework and the manner in which justice is dispersed on land issues leaves a lot to be desired. I hope this session on advocacy on land and land justice will equip us with the necessary skills and tools that will assist us to discharge our duties to ensure that justice on land issues are heard. Now, that's the conclusion. Now, I thought I would just give you a pictorial, just for relaxation, a pictorial bird view of the Spiro in Malawi, what we do. These are Catholic parliamentarians meeting the Archbishop of Lilongwe, Archbishop Ziyaye. And in our parliament building in Malawi, It's one of the old known because Bimbo, when it was constructed, there's a room for Muslims where they pray. They go, I don't know. And there's also a room for Christians. So we are the only ones that go there to use that room, the Catholics. So we celebrate Mass maybe 3 times during a budget session. So these are some of the parliamentarians, at Mass in Parliament building. And even Ash Wednesday, they will call you, Father, are you coming to Parliament for such a important thing? So you see, this short piece is my Stefan Alexander. Next one. And again, we conduct training sessions, Catholic social teaching over issues, many issues in society. That's corruption, just market for the simple farmer, tenants or no. So in this way, we lobby, at the same time we educate them. Because this what that they should be inspired by gospel values when they are that saying their duties. Next. And this was when there were a lot of killings of people of the albinism in Malawi. And we invited the committees to meet for but as my friend was saying from Tanzania, they can be expensive, especially if you invite non-Catholics for such type of things. If I invite Catholics, I have more authority. So they come for nothing. They come for nothing. But if you invite a committee which comprises different people from different, then by all means of to pay that transport and their allowances and he also our group is now strong. It's a smoking community in Parliament, Catholic smoking community, that they also even mobilize things to give to the needy. So this is they mobilize things to give to an orphanage run by sisters. But I also going by what Pope Francis says. Going by what Pope Francis said, CCGB does not deal per se with the encouraging politicians per se, but the CPO encourages politicians, because Catholics want to participate in politics. So going by what Pope Francis said, that a good Catholic should measure himself as self in politics. In politics. Our office goes out, particularly before the elections. I don't know if they are funds. So we go out to meet our Catholics and encourage them what be joy. It's not good always to complain about politicians and then you yourself are doing nothing. And if you want to change things and make things better, why don't you change them from within? Other than from what? Afterwards, that's the place of the incarnation. Christ came to change things from within our situation, not from outside. So and it's strange. I realize that many Catholics think that canon law forbids them from joining politics. And when people say we can't join politics because politics is dirty, how do we marry this one? How do we marry without Christian moral values? But I say it's us who have to bring politics. Politics is good, but it's us that make it know. So I say, we also conduct sessions in different depths. So this was up there. It was interesting on this one because there was a blind fellow who wanted to contest. Said, I think I'm going to contest. And then again, that's what I'm saying about female-heavy households, who are landless, and this is real, particularly in the matriarchal society, where in the patriarchal, if the husband dies, and then the people around there are not interested to keep that lady anymore, she gets kind of completely no. And this was the last elections that we campaigned, and it was more or less kind of a choiceless one, because he was already 89 when he went to 79, and he was a pastor. And he is a young man, but very good. But somehow the two combined because none of them would win. And now the pastor is on the steering wheel. But I think it's one thing to be on the court and direct people. It's a different thing altogether to be a politician, practically, because
So why did you put the current picture on the 79-year-old?
This was the one that we contested in 2019, and now we have this one as the president.
The 79 years old. Why did you put his current take today's picture?
Maybe I don't get the question.
You said that guy is about 79 years old.
He's now 80, over 80. But,
now 80.
but it was in 2019 he was.
And the next.
You guys.
Picture of the president. The photo.
Yeah.
The photo.
Yeah.
Is that the current one?
The current one is this one.
The photo, is it for the 89-year-old? Is this is
it video?
yes, the present picture?
Or
It's an old picture?
This one, it was meant 2019.
Oh, sure, okay.
It was meant 2019. It was meant 2019. So it's old. So now yes, sir. And on 1st March this year, that was the Archbishop celebrating Mass of in Parliament, the parliamentarians, and this was our Secretary General, a friend of Father Phillip, who became Bishop 6 months after being appointed Secretary General of the Bishop Office. So now he's a bishop. And again, just pictorial members of Parliament attending Mass. And then after Mass, we normally, after Mass, if our funds permitting, organize an interfaith dinner. Next one. An interfaith dinner where we have topics. Like this particular place, they were lobbying, we had the Laudato Si, that there is need for political will for us to change the world. But also advocating for the rights of political goes political. So like 2 sessions, 2 talks addressed them after supper, and the Archbishop was there. And I thought he was kind of taken up by the way the parliamentarians were engaging and so forth. The next one, this is I'm supposed to know this gentleman.
Oh yeah.
He came and paid us a visit, in Malawi, and so he had a chance of celebrating Mass for the MPs, and then he engaged them as usual. He really touched their hearts. He knows how to speak. That gentleman. The next one. There was at Mass, almost making the Holy Spirit to fall down. So thank you so much. I thought that
welcome to Uganda presentations. Uganda, I don't know if we have not been to Uganda. We have been hearing about Uganda. Uganda is found in East Africa. It's almost the small. The other thing is there.
Yeah.
No, it's fine. We just put the mic.
Yes, you can see it's just a small country in East Africa, but not the smallest. Of course, we have Burundi, Rwanda. They are small. They're smaller. It borders DRC, Kenya, Tanzania, Burundi, Rwanda, and South Sudan. You can see? Yeah, Michael, can you? Michael? No.
Near
No,
Kenya,
no.
near Kenya, near Kenya.
Yeah.
Kenya near
The size and population? Population according to the estimate of UN is if you can see Uganda, this year is estimated to be 48 million. 48 million. And if you see the size of the country is only 240 square kilometer. It's a small country, but the population is rapidly growing. Yes, land in Uganda should not be a problem, because in Uganda we have a lot of land. We have a lot of land. It is abundant. It is beautiful. Those who have been to Uganda, that's why it's called Pearl of Africa. Yeah, it's beautiful, and at least it's present. has not been polluted beyond the capacity of remedies. The land problem in Uganda deal with the ways in which we are trying to harmonize the traditions of Uganda and the freedom system brought to us by the British colonial. And in this way, we are trying to harmonize the tradition of Uganda and the freedom system brought to us by the British in far back days of the colonial system. Because in the past, we had the traditional way of managing our land. But when during the colonial period, the British brought to us a free own system in Uganda, which had not been used. We have not been used to it, and this is a new thing. So before colonialism, land was available for communal use. Everyone was entitled to use land in a community, in a group, on as a community. Yes, land was available for grading purposes and small-scale subsistence and gas. No single individual on land in Uganda. Before colony, it was managed as a community land. Today, as per today, the land problem has been set by history and the concept of freehold system, a system that was appropriate for the Great Britain in the 19th century, but not consistent with the tradition of the Ugandans. The freehold was not and is not a tradition of Ugandans. As a result, land reforms in Uganda in the 20th and the 21st century have been targeted to rectify the traditions. During colonial era, when Uganda became a British protectorate at the end of the 19th century, the land tenure management system was profoundly changed, creating the haves, those who have land, and those who do not have, they have nots, the land ownership system. The land reforms by the British in Uganda. Uganda is in the central part of Uganda. Created a grossly unequal land reforms in Uganda. It gave a large tracts of land to political elites, but turned most of the people of Uganda into tenants, squatters. But most of the land were given to the elites, the political rulers during the British colonial era. Secondly, the 1900, the British government signed an agreement with the king of Uganda called Kabaka, which fundamentally changed the land structure and market in Uganda and beyond. Okay, when this agreement was signed, the king, the Queen of England, decided to give land to the king of Uganda as a reward. In Uganda, we have several chiefdoms, but the king of Uganda worked hand in hand with the colony. They were so friendly to the colonial. That is why in reward, the Queen of England decided to give land to Kabaka under his control. And this land is called Milo. It comes from the English word mile. So it was given mile to the king, the king of Buganda under his control. In post-colonial era, we had a lot of reforms. In 1975, land reform decree declared all land in Uganda a public land. So this is during the former president Idi Amin. If for those of you who have heard, he was a popular, popular president. So when he came to power, all land in Uganda, according to this decree, was turned to be a public, a state land. All the land was under government. And eviction from the land became rampant, and customary occupants could be evicted anytime because the land belonged to the state. So the state can decide to eviction anytime they want, anytime they want. There have been attempts to streamline the land changing and management system in Uganda in the areas. Among them was the Constitution, the 1995 Constitution of the Republic of Uganda. In the 1995 Constitution of Uganda, in Chapter 5, I'm going to talk about it when we come to the legal framework. It says, all land in Uganda belong to the citizens of Uganda. If you're citizens of Uganda, you can get land anywhere, central, west, east, north. You're free to settle anywhere. If you have money to buy land, you can buy it anywhere in these 4 reasons. And the 1998 Land Act and its amendment in 2010. The Land Act talks a lot of the management of land in Uganda, how to acquisition land documents, the rights of women and children, the vulnerable, talks a lot on it. The current legislation in Uganda. The first one is delaying justice in land process in Uganda. Almost in Uganda, if like father who is a lawyer, if you have a lawyer in Uganda, you can call him. If you have a friend, you can call him, ask him about. Of all these cases in Uganda, if you go to the magistrate court, high court, what we have in Uganda, most of these cases are land-related issues. And we have a lot of delay cases in Uganda. Courts of law and cases in Uganda also done very little to how solve this problem. And in most cases, if you have money, you can drive easily. And the common citizens are being evicted from the land. If you don't have money, the laws are evicted, the laws are paid, and the landowners, the true landowners, are being evicted. Yes. How we have a lot of family land conflicts in Uganda, a lot. Everywhere, family misunderstanding has also resulted to land anger among the same family or neighbors or peoples of different clans. They are mostly common in cases of land boundary, where the boundary we have a lot of land conflict regarding land boundaries. The sale of land, where one may decide, head of the family may decide to sell the land without consulting family members. corrupt land officials. Corrupt land officials we have from the magistrate and land management, like because we have the land management like the Uganda Land Commission. We're supposed to give land title to the citizens. In most cases, people use them, the politicians. Those who have money, they can try to they can just easily give them money and say, yes, give me a land title in northern Uganda in this area. You can easily get a land. Illegal settlements in Uganda. We have a lot of illegal settlements in Uganda. Illegal. Some part of Uganda, we have the pastures. And they move with their animals and they settle anywhere they want. And this is greatly affecting northern Uganda and eastern Uganda. They can just go there illegally, settle, or they can easily use illegal ways of acquiring title through other means. So this is going down in Uganda. Coming of investors in Uganda right now, we have a lot of investors. You know, I told you before, we have a lot of land in Uganda. Fertile, very fertile land in Uganda. And the international investors, the national investors, the regional investors, and the local investors are trying with all means to acquire land. And in most cases, they use illegal ways to acquire this land. Fake land titles. As I told you before, we have a lot of fake land titles in Uganda. Why? I come to you, father is Uganda Land Commission, I want a land, I give you money, you put this to me if a land title. When you put this to me land title, I will go with this land title to where we have agreed with you. When I go there, I will begin displacing the local people from there. So we have a lot of fake land titles. So unless these are challenged in the court, the local population will not even know. Because we have the process of acquiring land. If you want to acquire land, you have to use the community members. They have to agree to give you land. And the process has to be done as stipulated in the Constitution and the Land Act. But in most cases, those procedures are not followed. Yes, Lucas. The rapidly growing population, I've been telling you, we should put pressure and competition on the current land resources. So as of July 2023, Uganda has a total population of 48,779,666. Out of this population, 70% are below the age of 30. So you can now see Uganda actually, the majority of population there are the youth. Yeah. So the next one is the lives of the vulnerable groups. A land self-dependent could be highly inadequately protected or poorly enforced. So we have many categories of vulnerable people. Silent families in some regions, like northern Uganda, Eastern, because of the insurgencies, most of their parents were killed. The widows, because of the long insurgency, most of their husbands. So in most cases, these vulnerable people, they lose land to the wealthy people. Because most of these guys, they use money to bribe the judiciary, to bribe the magistrates. And the widows, silently the family, the elderly are left without land. Yes, the legal and policy framework governing land rights and ownership in Uganda. We have the major one. Four. One is the 1995 Constitution, Chapter 15. Article 237. And in clause 1, it is stated very clearly, land in Uganda belongs to the citizens of Uganda. And it stimulates, came out clearly with 4 land tenure system. The Constitution still maintains the freehold land tenure system, which is commonly found in urban area. It maintains the Milo land in the central part of Uganda. It still maintains the Milo that was introduced by the colonial masters. Then the third one is the customary land ownership. These are the land that are managed and protected according to the customs and traditions of different ethnic groups in Uganda. Then the fourth one is the leasehold. The leasehold is mostly for the foreigner. If you're not a citizen of Uganda, you can acquire land in Uganda through leasehold. There are certain years that are given. 49 to 99 years, you can have a land in Uganda for the government. In fact, most of the investors have leasehold land title. So in Uganda, anyone is free. Even if you're from outside Uganda, you can acquire land. You can acquire land through leasehold. But what is happening in Uganda, the process of acquiring leasehold is not done according to the procedures stipulated in the Land Act. The Land Act of 1998 stimulates clearly how all these customary land tenure systems are supposed to be acquired. The customary, Milo, freehold, and leasehold. The National Land Policy of 2013 talks a lot on these 4 land tenure systems. And it gives out recommendations on how to reform some of this land tenure system, especially the customary land tenure system, where it recommends that the customary land tenure system must be registered and given a customary certificate of customary land ownership. So this is a new policy document that is trying to change the faith of some land tenure system in Uganda, like the customary land tenure system. The fourth one is Land Acquisition Act, Chapter 226, commenced on the 2nd July 1965, but revised after 31st December 2000. This shows clearly the procedures that the government must take to acquire land. What are the procedures that the government must take to acquire land if at all the government wants land in certain regions, in certain areas in Uganda. The ongoing advocacy initiative in Uganda. One, we have the publication of research work through different media houses in Uganda, different NGOs in Uganda and faith-based organizations in Uganda. They mostly they go on the ground to find the facts, publish it in different media houses, radio stations, the faith media and TVs. Through Uganda Episcopal Conference, the publication of statement of some alleged land grab by the government. This is when the National Justice and Peace Commission. In Uganda, we have the National Justice and Peace. And in National Justice and Peace is where the Parliamentary Liaison Officer is based. So it's an accountant of the Parliamentary Liaison Officer to coordinate with the Diocesan Justice and Peace to do research, document, and forward this to the Episcopal Conference to discuss. And when they discuss, this is when they come out clearly to advocate, or the liaison officer, the Parliamentary liaison officer would go, when this is presented to Episcopal Conference, they bless it and send them to present it to the community as have been discussed. In most cases, also, we do the petition of the office of the president by the religious leaders. If we have like some issues on land grabbing, and research is done very clearly, and has been going on for so long. The religious leaders, in their capacity, would call for the meeting of president and present this before him directly. You know, in Uganda, it's a funny thing. When we have a lot of land grabbing incidences. You can go to court, everything, you can go to media, is not attended to. The only passion people would feel if they present this before him, you can act is the president. We do have a lot of advocacy and dialogue meeting with land stakeholders at the lower government. In Uganda, we use the district. We have like the district and we have a lot of districts, like 100 something, very many. So if we have the land issues in that district or region, we meet with the district officials, the land stakeholders in the district, and we channel our view through them. The collaborative effort involve the NGOs, communities, and the government. And in most cases, we do community dialogue meetings together with land related members of different communities and the technical staff and the government. A lot of different platforms on land are formed by NGOs. Like Northern Uganda Land Platform, actually large-scale investment. The actually large-scale investment normally works on the issue of land grab by the investors. Advocacy effort by the Justice and Peace Commission coordinator, aided by the National on some of the proposed new bills on land. Like currently, there is a new bill. There's a new bill. And when the National Office get to know this, all the national coordinators were called to discuss this before the liaison officer present this to the committee. Notable successes, setbacks, and lesson learned. The successes, some land grabbing incidences are being successfully handled through dialogue meetings, religious leaders. Of course, in this case, the religious leaders will take lead into organizing the dialogue meeting, and they will not even leave the political leaders and the technical staff. So this is what we normally do in Uganda in case we see that some of these land cases are not being handled legally in a proper way, because the dialogue meetings with the political leaders, the council leaders, and yes, the political leaders. Or we do a lot of land mediations, a lot of mediation over land conflict in Uganda. And this has contributed to reduction of family land conflict. We do a lot of community awareness through meetings, and talk shows, and methods by top leaders, which has created a lot of understanding of land laws to the community members. To make sure we reduce in the fiscal land conflict, we normally use the local method of boundary tree marking, local system boundary tree, where we plant local trees on each individual boundaries land to reduce fiscal land conflict. We enhance collaboration between judiciary and justice and peace department. This is mostly done in Archdiocese, where when a case of land conflict is reported to the magistrate court, we will first call the parish justice and peace committee in that parish to mediate the land case before the magistrate could proceed with the legal processes. We have a strong network of parishes and peace committees spread in all the Catholic parishes in the Archdiocese. So these parishes and peace committees are supposed to handle, to mediate the family land conflict before they are taken to the magistrate court. Of course, the setbacks are the Club District Technical Land Officer, District Land Board, because it's still in Uganda, is making some of this work to not to be easy, and sometimes cannot proceed ahead with some of these cases. The politicians always like to politicize land matters in Uganda. Because always what they want is, yes, if I talk like this, maybe in the next elections, I'm going to get a lot of votes. So there's a lot of politicization of land matters in Uganda. Inadequate political will to work on land-related conflicts in Uganda. We have a lot of land grabbing incidences in Uganda, North, Central, East. But our leaders, they don't have that political will to address this. We still have the inadequate knowledge of land laws by the community members that make them more vulnerable to manipulation from those who have money, the investors. They can easily grab their land because the community are not so much aware on the legal aspects of land. Laissone lands, we learned that it is very important for us to work with the religious leaders in handling land cases. In Uganda, we have a lot of NGOs, secular NGOs. But in most cases, when land issues are worked by the secular NGO, they cannot proceed further. In most cases, some of the secular NGO are being, if you so vocal on injustices caused by the government or land issues, they can easily, anytime, be released by you. So this gives an humble and a good time for religious leaders to work on this. In most cases, when land issues are being worked upon by the religious leaders, the political leaders can easily hear them. Even the technical staff can easily hear the religious leaders in Uganda. We learn the importance of carrying out almost like quarterly fact-finding mission to establish the fact on the ground. Without fact-finding missions, you can not easily present your issues. You cannot easily present the facts on the matter. We also learn the importance of engaging with the judiciary, especially on land matters that relates to customary land. As I've been telling you, we, in most cases, we work with the judiciary. Yes, when the land issues are reported to the magistrate, because they know us, we are on the ground, they would easily first tell these conflicting parties to go for mediation. Until when mediation fails, that is when the magistrate will go on to hear some of the family land issues.
Yasinto, you need to finish.
Yeah, I'm just waiting. Okay, the future goals, priority. Yes, we still believe we still have to continue working with the religious leaders to address the land matters in Uganda. We're going to carry on the fact-finding mission to help in advocacy processes, build the capacities of land actors in really local government, religious and traditional settings. Strengthen mediation and community dialogue processes and build a strong network with traditional casual leaders and land technical staff in Uganda. So you can see our Archbishop, the religious leaders during one of the dialogue meetings on land issues. I've been talking about the land grabbing incidents in Uganda. You see all these big chunk of land is at the moment is being grabbed by different companies. This is a result of family land conflict, where houses are burned down. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. One lady and gentlemen. Before you presenting the country profile for Tanzania, and Tanzania has been one of the countries that went through a lot of land conflicts. I can say since independence, and it's huge chunks of land being taken away from communities for the purpose of nationalization, despite the fact that the Constitution forbid that from happening. So in terms of mining, big farms, if we start in the 70s, we had land grabbing in one of the districts called Hanang, whereby we had Canadian farmers who came to grow wheat, and a lot of bad things really happened to those people. But later on, they deserted those farms. They are in the hands of the government and nobody is making use of them. When you go to the western part, northwest, you will find also a lot of mining activities going on, gold mining involving acacia of Canada as well, mining gold in those areas. And a lot of people were evicted from their land, killed, and those sorts of things. So we have a bad history of land grabbing, despite the fact that the laws protect communal land and other categories of land. And for this not to be heard across the world, our government has decided to constrain civic and media space so that people will not know what is happening in terms of land conflicts. We have quite a number of repressive policies, and that's the area we are working to make sure that we make those policies friendly to protect the rights of people. The laws, particularly one law which we will discuss here, is the Wildlife Conservation Act, which is a very controversial law, and it is being used to grab quite a lot of land in Tanzania. Security forces are using a lot of force because some of the things they are doing are illegal, and the only thing they can resort to is using excessive power. People have been killed, shot, and some of them I'll be able to show here, who are already now, some of them are dead, and some of them are in hospital, are being treated. Some of them are old. Recently, I received a message from my colleagues. One child was beaten and they pluck out 2 teeth, a 15-year-old boy, by these authorities. And one guy was shot on the back, on the spine, and you can see the hole of the bullet, and it's really bad. A lot of intimidation and discrimination, particularly for indigenous people, not all the mainstream community. It's only indigenous people who are living in what we consider as prime land for conservation and investment. But also there is limited adherence to principles of good governance and the rule of law. And those things that I've tried to highlight there are the things that we are dealing together with my colleague. And we have a consortium of NGOs dealing with these situations to help the people on the ground. But the way we do our work, because we are hunted by the government, is like we do on the background. We don't talk a lot. And I had this quote, which really gives me hope, from Francis of Assisi, and he said, "Preach the gospel all the time, and if necessary, use words." So you may not hear a lot about Haki Ardhi, Pingos, in terms of us coming in front in TV talking, because we hide ourselves to make sure that the work continues on the background. And we have done a lot because we have cases in court, more than 15 cases. Recently, we got victory for 2 because we asked the court to do what we call judicial review of the actions of the government. And the judicial review was ruled in our favor so that we can open up the main case. And now that has given us relief in terms of people allowed to go back to their land as the main case is being litigated. And that we can say is a huge thing because it was a problem if you heard about Loliondo in Ngorongoro, if some of you have heard. The government took 1,502 square kilometers of village land for 14 villages. So the villages lost about 80% of their grazing land. And now they're allowed to go back. But we still work on the background. The sad thing about Tanzania is like 50% of the country is under conservation. Conservation in terms of forestry, wildlife, and marine plants. So you can imagine the size of land which is under conservation, and the remaining part, some of them is not even arable land for people to farm and graze. It's becoming very little. And as we speak, expansion of those protected areas are continuing. We have 3 types of land: the general land, public land, which is neither reserved nor village land, but it will include unoccupied or unused village land. So the government also encroach a registered village, but if you're not using that particular land, it goes into public. And that is really dangerous in terms of tenure security for villagers. We have the reserve land, which is taking the 50% I'm talking about. for forest, wildlife, marine areas, and they are considered as protected. Some of them you cannot really do any human activity there. You're not even allowed to go and pick firewood from those areas. And the third category is the village land, which is the most contested. So if the government failed to get land, they encroach into village land. And most of those villages are registered. So they will want to revoke first the certificate so that they can take the land. And villagers have been a little bit smart. They have been hiding those documents, and that's what is helping us do the litigation on behalf of those villages whose land has been taken. And as you see, we have something like over 12,000 villages. So you can see the size of land that has been taken into conservation, 472,543.5 square kilometers is under conservation in our country as we speak. So the remaining part is what we use to do the work. So the land conflicts we have in the country date back to the colonial era up to the 1960s. So most of the laws we will be discussing here had their foundation during colonial time. So we are still using them. And if there are amendments, very little amendments. The British together with the Germans. In 1920 is when we started this, what we call protected areas. And it was the establishment of one protected area called Manyara National Park. For those who have been to Tanzania, we have a very old park called Manyara National Park. It has a lake and it has quite a number of wildlife. And based on that, you can see 9% of our protected area are on game controlled area. And most of these game controlled area are in village land. So they are allowed to continue with their activities, but the wildlife within the game control area resides in village land, and people can do hunting, but also you can raise your animals. So what the government is doing now is to convert this game control area into game reserves, because in the game reserve, human activities are not allowed. Game reserves and national parks. So you see again, the grazing land and farmland is becoming little and little as time goes on. So those are some of the activities, wildlife activities in protected areas that are taking land from people. As you will see, there is a lot of land grabbing going on as we speak. In 1951, the whole of Serengeti was a Maasai land where they used it to graze their animals together with wildlife. There was no conflict because Maasai are not hunters and they don't eat game meat. So the Germans decided that they have to take Serengeti to become a national park in 1951, and they had to take people out of the park. Some of them were taken to Loliondo with the promise that we will never evict you again from this area. The evictions is going on now. Some of them were taken to Ngorongoro Conservation Area, and they were told we will never remove you from there in 1959. But today, all of them are asked to relocate to nowhere out of their ancestral land. If you go to Tarangire National Park, which was established in 1971, again, people are being evicted from village land to expand the park. And two villages have been affected, a village called Kimotorok in Simanjiro district and Ilkyushin Oibor in Kiteto. And they have taken around something like 30 square kilometers of land from those villages. In 2019, President Magufuli initiated another new park, which took again pastoralist land with a size of 4,707 square kilometers. And it has created a lot of livelihood problems for people living around Kagera region, Amara, and Musoma. In 2022, June, 14 villages lost their land, equivalent of what I said, 1,502 square kilometers, into a controversial, what we call a game reserve called the Pololet. But that's the one we won. And the government has to allow people to start grazing as the main case is being litigated. And you can see advocacy work we are doing. We mobilize communities because we can't go in front, we will be killed. And communities will be able to show that they are demanding their rights on their own. So we organize them. We build their capacity for them to demand those rights, so that we will be safer to continue the work on the background. Our policy and legal framework, I'll be talking on two pieces of legislation, the Constitution as the main, and then the Land Rights and the Land Act together with the Wildlife Act. Those give us the legal framework of the problem we are facing, the policy and legal framework for land and land justice. Maybe I welcome my brother there also to talk a little bit about land tenure system during colonial regime, if you may. Come as I drink a little bit of water.
Thank you, Msami, and the group. Actually, Tanzania was colonized by two countries, the German, from 1890 to 1918, and British from 1919 to 1961. So during German, they introduced what we call imperial decree, which vested all land into the King Kaiser. And during British, they enacted the Land Ordinance number 3 of 1923, which declared all land, crown land, are administered by the governor. And during German, when you go to the feature, all the cluster access to and ownership, it clustered the access to and ownership of land, and introduced the dual land ownership. They deemed rights and they granted rights. Which is the same actually also during the British, because there is a supremacy of the statutory title deeds, which gives power to those who are titled rather than those who are owning through the customary rights. And this goes to the exploration of land for large-scale estates and farms. What Msami was talking about, actually, this started during colonial time, and until now, if you go to several parts of the country, you find a number of large plantations which were actually acquired using this colonial law. But the implication of both colonial system was land alienation of the commoners because of those decree and ordinance, but also the natives were turned to casual laborers in those farms. Minding you, the colonial government introduced the taxes. So in order to pay tax or rent, you should be employed in their own farms. And there is now a shift from citizens or state to citizens or natives to states. That means if we were to discuss about the pre-colonial, the communities had more power over the land through the chiefs, okay, in each particular area, because before the colonial regime, Tanganyika, by that time, before joining with Zanzibar and become Tanzania, had chiefs in several tribes. There is more than 120 tribes in Tanzania, and every tribe had got the traditional leader, and the land was owned according to that tribe. So there was no general policy or law which was governing the land. So through this, now people lost that power over the land. Thank you.
Thank you, Cathbert. Land reforms of 1990s are the ones that let us have the laws we have, the Land Act number 4 of 1999 and the Land Act number 5 of 1990. And that work was led by a law professor called Professor Issa Shivji. He's the one whom really we always depend when issues of land come into maybe brings in issues, because he is the one who helped to develop this law, and he knows how it works. The laws are not bad, but the government are not enforcing them. They use them for their own interest, because he recommended a number of recommendations which were good to make land a constitutional issue. And in the Constitution, as I will quote some of the parts of the Constitution, you will be able to see how the Constitution is protecting the land for the people. Though sometimes the government interpret those provisions to their advantage, which again, the authority will come from Professor Shivji, who will say, no, it doesn't mean that way. For example, people even outside Tanzania will say land belongs to the president of Tanzania, which is not true. The president is a trustee, as a custodian of that land for the people, not for him. So he can't claim land to be that. Another recommendation is the categories of land, which I have already mentioned, but also mechanisms to resolve conflicts, which are very clear in the Land Act and the Constitution as well, and formulation of land policies. Those are the recommendations they gave out of the reforms, which gives us, we can say, somehow good laws in terms of land management. One of the provisions of the laws I have mentioned, particularly the Village Land Act number 5 of 1999, is land transfer. How do you transfer land? The village authority cannot transfer more than 250 hectares of land to anybody, to any use. Only less than that. And that is to protect speculators of land, buying village land for them to be able to sell. So they are restricted on that. But also in another section, section 6B, land greater than 250 hectares can only be transferred through the ministry by making sure that the village assembly has given authority to transfer that land, and then endorsed by the district council, of which they have put those as checks and balances, so that a minister cannot just come and decide and say this piece of land is going to the government without the consent of the people. And this is what is restricting the government from taking the remaining village land, because it's a very rigorous process of which you will call the whole village into the General Assembly to come and endorse that you take their land. Failure of that, you can't take that land. And we believe that's a good thing, and that's what helped the Loliondo people get back their land. The Constitution, the 1977 Constitution, amended several times, provide and protect human, land, and resource rights to indigenous people, among others. But there are controversies within some parts of the Constitution, which we are working hard to try and resolve, and you'll be able to see in a number of slides that are coming. Our constitutions in Article 12, Section 1 and 2, they are saying all humans are born free and all are equal. Everyone is entitled to recognition and respect for his or her dignity. Key issue here is why the government then is not recognized, respecting, and dignifying the indigenous people of Tanzania, particularly the Maasai, the Bushmen, and the ones we call Akie. They are also hunters and gatherers, but they hunt for subsistence, not for commercial purposes. And the government is discriminating these people despite protection they are getting from the Constitution. And that's what we are challenging in a number of cases that we have in court. And on top of that, given our Constitution, our government has ratified international treaties that protect indigenous people. But enforcement is not there. And that's why you see us doing a lot of international advocacy in the UN, We have a seat in some of the UN organizations, particularly the United Nations Declaration for Indigenous People. We have a space and we present our cases every year to make sure that the government is taken to account for the atrocities towards Indigenous people, particularly on land and resource rights. The problem with our country is the impunity of our leaders. Government officials can do anything.
That's not one of your leaders.
It's not. We used like an example because of impunity. You see? Because if you look at Zuma when he was taken to jail, it's like the government found ways to get him back, isn't it? Mm-hmm. And they did. And we got amnesty for about how many people were also allowed to get out. So, despite the Constitution telling us that all people are equal before the law, some are above the law. And in our country, that is really bad because judges are appointed by the president. A president cannot sack a judge, but he can call things to happen for that judge not to continue serving. Like now, as we speak, one of our judges is in exile in Uganda. He was presiding a case in the court, and he has given a ruling for a case that the president didn't want people to win. And that day, while he was presiding in a case, people came and told him, "Did you hear what the president said? That you resigned. You resigned because of your healthy problem." He said, "Me," he was shocked. And the president office has already announced that it is in the public domain. And immediately security forces came in, took him into a black car with diplomatic immune. He was driven from Arusha, Tanzania to Uganda. Now he's living in Uganda. And the records, so you can see how corrupt the state is. And you will see we have three arms of state. We have the executive, we have the legislature, we have the judiciary. But the most powerful is the executive. So these other ones are like the puppets. They don't have the checks and balances to make sure that the executive, for example, the parliament is supposed to oversee the executive, but they are not doing that thing because all of them are coming from one party. The way it is happening in South Africa now, ANC is like the bigger party. So they determine what is happening. And that's the problem we are having. And it ends up making government officials like small gods. So indigenous people are really in bad shape. When we had a problem in June 10th, 2022, more than 2,000 people went into exile because of the land conflict in Loliondo. And today, a number of them are still there because they are hunted by security forces to be jailed or to be killed. Murder is not an issue in Tanzania. You disagree with the government, you'll be killed. NGOs are registered. Like they had, in 3 months' time, we were almost about to be deregistered, but they failed to get evidence. One evidence, they were looking if we are paying taxes, and they were looking for evidence of anything. They will say maybe we are conducting assemblies without permits. Because for us, if you have to have a meeting, you have to get a permit from the police. But all of them, they didn't get evidence. Otherwise, by now, we would have been deregistered. They went into the tax office. They found that we are paying all the necessary taxes that are needed. They went to the NGO compliance and they realized that we are complying with the law, except the work we are doing to protect these people is what they hated. And to be frank, indigenous people in Tanzania are suffocating. Most of them are in bad problem. That's why I used George Floyd. I can't breathe. They can't really breathe. And believe me, they are minority because those who are directly affected are about around the country, 610. But 3 million are supposed to be suffering indirectly as well. But only 610,000 are the ones that are suffering the most because they are living within the conservation areas. And that's where they are supposed to live. This is an 80-old-year man from Ngorongoro, Loliondo. He was shot on the leg by security forces, and we had to sneak him out of Tanzania to Kenya for medical services because he could not be given medical services in Tanzania. And it's because he was resisting the land grabbing that was going on 10th June 2022 in Loliondo. To date, he has lost all his cattle. He has lost his home. And what we were doing is like, we are trying to restock, give him back some cattle, but in exile, but also to give him some land. Yes.
I hope you're not going on live. Are you on live?
On live what? I'm not sure.
You better not because you are I think you are disclosing information that is very confidential.
Okay. The Constitution provides that it shall be unlawful for any person to be deprived of her or his property for the purpose of nationalization, which the government is going contrary. They are nationalizing indigenous people's land or any other purpose without the authority of the law, which makes provision for fair and adequate consultation. Because this process is rigorous and it will not give the government an opportunity to grab land, they normally skip it. And that's the problem we have. But when we go to court to interpret, then the court rule in favor, but sometimes it cannot enforce the ruling. And that's where the challenge is. And it forces us maybe to go into international courts like the African Court for Peoples and Human Rights, and also maybe the East African Court of Justice, which we have some cases there as well, when we fail to litigate internally. The controversial act I was talking about is the wildlife. As you can see, that's not, how do you call it? It's not a picture that has been cropped. That's the reality. Maasai and wildlife mingle without a problem. And even some of the gazelle will graze with goats and cattle without any problem. A lion will be coming on that direction. He sees a Maasai, my brother here knows. He will cross that way and go that way. No fighting, no eating each other. He has been there, that's why I pointed out. Wildlife Conservation Act, Section 5(1)(a), objective is to protect, conserve, and administer areas with biological diversity to enable Tanzania to effectively contribute and benefit from international efforts. This is a killer provision in our law because all the international organization for conservation, WWF, AWF, IUCN, UNESCO, they are funding major conservation projects in Tanzania, including now the problem we are having with carbon credits. They are coming into those lands and they pay people to make sure that the forest is secured, the land is secured. But at the end, indigenous people are not benefiting anything. And it's because of this law and the provision you can see there. So Tanzania is going to be the conservation area of the world. The same Wildlife Conservation Act, Section 14(1), provides that the United Republic President, after consultation with the relevant local authorities, and by the order in the Government Gazette, GN, declare any area of Tanzania to be a game reserve. And that's what he did. She did in Loliondo. But this was again refuted by the court. She didn't have that authority because she failed to consult the local authority, including the village assembly. And that's why we won that case. So we had these two references, the GN 421, which instituted Pololet as a game control area first. And then the president went through the minister and his people to make it a game reserve so that people cannot enter. You enter, you're shot, and that's why a number of people were shot. But now the government has allowed people, the court has allowed people to go in. And you can imagine taking more than 80% of village land. And you have 70,000 people in that particular area. Where will they go with their more than 500 heads of cattle? So they compounded the number of cattle and they generated a lot of money in terms of fines. Because you enter that area, you will be fined. And you can imagine 400 cattle of yours are taken. And you are supposed to pay 100,000 per head of cattle. You are talking of 400 million. It's like you will have to sell the cattle to get the money to pay. And who are buying those cattle? Government officials who will take them into their ranches. So it's an intended impoverishment of the Maasai people in Ngorongoro and elsewhere in the country. And this is the area you can see: Ngorongoro Conservation Area, Loliondo Game Control Area, which is now the Loliondo Game Reserve, and the Serengeti, which is highly restricted. You can't go into the Serengeti. The Wildlife Conservation Act 15 number 1, any person other than shall not enter into a game reserve. And that's why they shoot them. So all the game reserve in the country, you cannot enter there unless you have been given permission to enter there. And that's what was happening in Loliondo because of that provision. Section 16, subject to Village Land Act number 5 of 1999, Section 4 and 2 provide for the Minister of Natural Resources and Tourism to declare any place a game control area. But he has to do that with consultation. They don't consult. They just go there, beat people, put beacons, and take away the land. You can see that fight, which ended up one police being killed, because now the indigenous people of that area, Maasai and Datoga, were so mad to the government to an extent, one of them decided to use an arrow and he shot one policeman on the eye and he died on the spot. And he had to run to Kenya. We have been accommodating him there. We have been managed to buy him land and give him some cattle. But still, we have quite a lot of people in exile to Kenya because, as you will see, these people are bordering Kenya. This is Kenya. So when anything happens here, we have a number of Maasai in the Maasai Mara. That's where they go to get a relief. And the good thing is the government of Kenya is friendly to the Maasai. So you can't touch them. And provided they are there, our government will not be able to reach them out there. So again, the problem we are facing, and it's going to be implemented soon, is this provision in the Wildlife Conservation Act. They are going to establish what they call wildlife corridors, wildlife dispersal area, wildlife buffer zones, and all those, which may take again another 10% of village land across the country. So it means we are going to put around 60% of our land into conservation. And this will not end there because we don't know what is the relationship, but the relationship I can say is because we are friendly to animals. Whenever we move, they move with us. We move with our cattle, they will come. So they will keep on taking big chunks of land because they think that area is good for conservation. Why are these animals going wherever these guys are going? But it's because of the natural relationship that was established. On the southern part of Tanzania, we have a national park which is called Ruaha National Park. It has a river, like for those who have been to Namibia, you have the Kavango River, where along the river is like you have wildlife and people want to build hotels. So there are big investments and the World Bank is funding that project. You have people from South Africa, you have people from England, you have people from Canada coming to invest if you have seen the investment within the Kavango River is what they want to do in this park. So they are expanding it to be too big. The park started as a game reserve in 1998 with 4,148 square kilometers. But today we are talking of 20,266 square kilometers. So they have taken more than 48 villages' land. We had even to advocate to the World Bank, and the World Bank sent their independent committee to come and look at what they have done there. Because 48 villages, removing them and you're not giving them alternative land. And one success we had in this, the World Bank has to stop a loan that was being given to the government until this investigation is completed and to see how these people can access their rights. So they finished, the World Bank Independent Committee finished their work in mid-September, and we are yet to receive the report to be able to see what is going to happen to the government of Tanzania. And I hope World Bank will be helpful to make sure that these people get back their land. The same Wildlife Conservation Act, without specifying, the minister shall declare rights of communities that are not compatible. And they are saying pastoralism is not compatible with conservation. Yet it is not true, because all conservation areas we have today in Tanzania is because of pastoralism and indigenous lifestyle. And that's why you see now, here is in Simanjiro, where we have the Tarangire National Park. Wildlife grazing with cattle, harmonious. And if it would have not been pastoralism, we wouldn't have protected areas today, because farming does not allow this to happen. Farmers will not want to see wild animals because they destroy their crops. But now they are declaring that pastoralism is not compatible with conservation. But if you go back to the Constitution, they are denying these people the right to life. And the Constitution clearly specifies everyone has a right to live. So if you constrain their livelihood, it means you don't want them to live. Common challenges associated with land. Will you want to come in?
Yes, possible.
Loss of land due to grabbing, which we have mentioned, poor compensation or no compensation at all. The presentation I have made, you have seen quite a number of them were not compensated according to the law and the value, the market value of the land, despite the fact that compensation will not help anything. Because land is more than just money. It's the attachment you have with that land. Loss of natural resources, because even if now we have people who have been relocated from Ngorongoro Conservation Area. It's a UNESCO site. And they are saying people are becoming more. We have 100,000 people living in that area, together with almost 400,000 heads of cattle in an 809,404 square hectares of land. It's so huge. And they have expanded again the conservation area into a district called Monduli and Longido. So it is becoming huge. And it is enough for them together with those 100,000 people and their livestock herd. They are talking of population of people increasing and livestock, but they are not talking about the population of wildlife. In Serengeti and Ngorongoro alone, we have more than 2 million wildebeest. Wildebeest alone, leave alone zebras, leave alone elephants, leave alone a number of gazelles. But they never say that they are destroying the environment. But 400,000 cattle and 100,000 people are destroying. So they are relocating them to a village called Msomera in Handeni Tanga region, which have an ecological setup different from the one in Ngorongoro. So 3,000 people were piloted to be shifted there, with 100,000 houses built in a village with only 50,000 hectares of land. So you can imagine a village of that size, you take 3,000 people with their cattle. Cattle died, all of them were impoverished. And you're taken into a house. It's like, you know, the way we live. The Maasai live in bomas. So I am the elder of that boma, I'm the father. I have my sons who will also be there. You're going to be given only one modern house with 2 bedrooms. How will you sleep with your boys who are married as well? So those people have started returning back to Ngorongoro. But now they are building another 5,000 units of houses to shift another 30,000. And we are advocating, and we were talking with my friend, we are going to do a research to inform our advocacy for people not to go there. And use those who are returning as testimony that you're going to death. Because the government is telling them it's a voluntary relocation. Yet, what they have done in Ngorongoro, they have constrained the social services, they have closed the schools, no medical services. We had Catholic flying doctors giving services from Ngorongoro to big hospitals in town. That flying doctors was cut to make sure that these people will suffer and decide to leave. But they said they will not leave, as you saw in the demonstration. And once we complete our fact finding, we will use it to stage another level of advocacy to make sure that people should not go out. Another way that the law is trying to use this law, Wildlife Conservation Act, is to create what they call community-based wildlife managed areas. Because in all areas that pastoralists and indigenous people are living, there is plenty of wildlife. There is richness of wildlife. So the only way you can take is to establish this, which will be governed by the Ministry of Natural Resources and Tourism, and a department called the Tanzania Wildlife Authority, because they are the ones who own the wildlife. The moment you take that, they convert this into a game reserve. So you have lost that land. And quite a number of community-based wildlife managed areas, according to this law, have ended up grabbing the land of these people. So we had also an advocacy strategy to make sure that we educate them on how bad is this law in terms of this provision. Because you will only benefit for a couple of years. It's like you get that wildlife managed area, an investor will come there, put a camp, and he will be paid you millions of money. But all over the sudden, the government will start eyeing that money. And he said, to get it, let's transfer this into a game reserve and a game control. And the people lose their land. And that's why I said this law is very controversial and it's very bad for the people in terms of land. So how do we do our advocacy? We do it in terms of doing the technical analysis and decision makers engagement. So we analyze these laws and policies and we come and discuss them with decision makers, particularly parliamentarians. Before the 2015, we used to have a Tanzania pastoralist parliamentarian group. Members of parliament coming from pastoralist areas. And they helped us a lot in terms of defending the rights of indigenous people in Tanzania. But after 2015, it died because of the regime that came in. The parliament became less independent and you can't really, and if you talk about pastoralists, you will be found dead. One member of parliament who was coming from Ngorongoro, it is suspected that he was killed because of the same kind of work. A new one who came, when I was coming here, he was just released from jail because he was defending the right of his people in Ngorongoro. And now he's likely not to be appointed again as a member of parliament because the ruling party will take away his membership. So he will have nowhere to go and get the votes unless he go into opposition, which is unlikely that he will be able to get elected. We do regional and international mechanism lobby. For the issue of Ngorongoro, which was really bad, and Loliondo, we had what we call a Euro lobby tour, where we took members of the community from Ngorongoro to Europe to lobby the German government and the German opposition parliamentarians to come and help through EU to stop the atrocities of human rights violation and land grabbing in Ngorongoro. We went also into the UN, United Nations High Political Level Forum, where we presented our case, and our executive director was there to present the case of the Maasai people in Loliondo. But the government was there as well, because that's a governmental panel, but we had a slot also to do presentation. And the embassy of Tanzania in New York was about to arrest him. But lucky enough, it's because of the UN, they were able to protect him. But he was hunted for almost 6 months. He had to stay in exile. It is only recently that he has returned because of that advocacy work he was doing internationally to help the indigenous people. We do a lot of media advocacy, but now, as you remember, I said, media space is killed. So local media will not be able to bring the things that we are talking about, because they used to help us a lot. But we have been able to get relationship with Deutsche Welle, a German TV and radio, and they are doing quite a good work with to make the public aware of what is happening, because they are independent. We mobilize communities, as we said. We do a lot of litigation. We have quite a number of cases in court. And the way we fund these cases, we write proposals, and the like-minded organizations will give us money. Like the kind of litigations that we are doing now were funded by us through Avas, if you know. It's a campaign organization in the States, and they have been able to support us a lot in terms of the land cases that we have in court. But also we have networks and dialogues locally and internationally, which really supports to talk about the things on our behalf. We research and give it to them, because if we speak, we'll be caught. And basically that's our profile as a country. Thank you very much for listening.
In detail of it, but just highlight some points which might help us to understand the situation of Zimbabwe as regards our advocacy for land and land justice. Thank you. So we can start now. First and foremost, I think you know that Zimbabwe attained its independence in 1980, and immediately after independence, the country wanted to embark on a land reform program that was going to sort out issues of restitution, to sort out the land tenure reform and land redistribution for the locals. Because when you look at it, in 1888, when the settlers came in, they occupied most of the land in Zimbabwe. They took the land forcibly, and also in some instances, they entered into some agreements with some local chiefs, whom we are talking about today, chiefs every time. And they started their work a long time ago selling this land. So they entered into those agreements with the British South African Company, which was being led by Cecil John Rhodes, and took over most of Zimbabwean land. And so Zimbabwe, when it attained its independence in 1980, it wanted to redress that issue of land. In doing so, they thought of phases, that they can do it in phases, because in the Lancaster Agreement, they agreed that, you know, those who were occupying land were going to be paid bit by bit. And so the Zimbabwe decided that we shall do this in phases. So the first phase was the compulsory acquisition of land, distribution of land after independence. About this is very interesting. About 15.5 million hectares of the 33 or 38.2 million hectares of land was occupied by the British by independence, with each white farmer having about 3,000 hectares of land vis-a-vis 20 hectares for the locals, who were put in reserves. Reserves, if we go like in Zimbabwe, these are places whereby people were pushed into. They are not all that very productive in actual fact, but people were pushed in there to start their new life in those areas while the white farmers were taking most of the fertile lands. And so in 1980, the new government set out to acquire 8.3 million hectares to settle about 162,000 families under phase one. If you calculate, you will find how many hectares each one will get. It's so interesting. So they wanted to settle these farmers under this phase one of the land reform program, under the willing, as I said, the willing seller and willing buyer auspice, whereby the farmers were persuaded to take that because the promise was there for them to be paid whatever amount which was equivalent to the farms due to the developments they had done on those farms. But unfortunately, this failed with only 52,000 people settled under 2.6 million hectares only. That's what we have. Alexander is a scholar who did researches in line with that. Then when this failed, they came to the second phase, the fast track land settlement, which is so interesting about Zimbabwe there. The second phase of land reform in 1990 was done through compulsory acquisition. Mind you, it's from 1990 to 2000, where it was heightened so much. So this whole thing was prepared from 1990 up to that time. So it was about through compulsory acquisition of land with little compensation. Before it was about compensating, but now it's about little compensating now. This was through the Land Acquisition Act. An act was enacted in Parliament towards that effect. So the ruling party, unfortunately, in 2000, failed to have a 2/3 majority in Parliament, because if they had got over this number, they wanted to change many things, but unfortunately they failed to secure the 2/3 majority in Parliament, and then they called for a referendum so that we may do away with the Lancaster Constitution and come up with a homebred constitution. Unfortunately, people voted no in that referendum, and that led to the war veterans being instigated by the president, Robert Mugabe, to massive occupation of white-owned farms. I think if you go on YouTube, there is a very nice video on the case between the white man and the Mugabe regime, which was which took place in Namibia. So in that case, you learn quite a lot of the matters which were taking place, because the court could not be held in Zimbabwe for your own information, because if it was held in Zimbabwe, any court, as I shall mention it later on, any court ruling which was against the plan of the government, that ruling, or maybe that judge was going to be in trouble. Because of this, the International Monetary Fund threatened to withdraw funds to Zimbabwe because of the violence, intimidations which was used by the land grabbers. When I describe like this, it's very easy for you to hear, but if you're on the ground, honestly, it was so frightening, because many houses were burned, people killed, even the locals, because some people who are working farms are from Malawi, from other nearby countries like Zambia and Zimbabwe itself. So those people, if you see the way they were treated during that time, how they were abused during that time, it was so pathetic in actual fact. So shortly after that, there is also way obvious anyway, when you look at it in Zimbabwe, that the locals occupied, the war veterans, let me say so, not the locals, but the war veterans occupied the lands. And after occupying the land, what was there? Nothing when it comes to farming. And that was the beginning of the falling of Zimbabwe being the bread basket of Africa. And then there was a comparison, and it's still there up to now, that look at what the white farmers did and what our local farmers are doing. The local farmers are still relying on the government to give them food, to give them is it farm inputs, fertilizers, and whatever. After all these years, we have taken all these farms. And as all in this, the government wished to change the ethnic balances, as I said, because their intention was good, should I say. But unfortunately, the way it was done, and this is still the debate today, even when people are campaigning for any position in the government, they still come back to that the land reform program has to be reversed, because it was a good thing, but the way it was done, it is only benefiting just a few people. Okay, let us go forward. Then after the first one, there was, okay, a lot of things took place now. There was a new twist to the land reform program itself and also in its impact. Because of the way it was done, many things began to emerge. You know, when something is being done, you may never know what is, you may think you are in the same boat with the politicians, only to discover that no, they had another intention behind what they have been doing. First and foremost, corruption. ZANU-PF, it was discovered that they are the beneficiaries of the land redistribution exercise. If we look into their lifestyles or their life profiles, people like Honorable Chris Mushowe, he died this year, unfortunately. He occupied a very, very sensitive farm, which was supplying Zimbabwe, we call it ADA. That is the Agricultural and Rural Development Authority land, which is just next to the city where I stay, that is Mutare. So that farm's responsibility would spearhead all rural and industrial agricultural practices in Zimbabwe. And so as a minister, he took over that farm to be a personal farm, no longer for the whole country. And so interestingly, we used to go for masses there to the sessions, and you'd meet cars, lorries carrying pipes, which were used for irrigation in those farms. So the first thing was to remove them, and we don't know where they're taking them to. You know, such a farm eyed by the whole country, and the pipes and whatever was for that farm were removed to somewhere else where no one knows. If we go there today, I was there sometime, is it about 3 months ago, when I went to bury one of my uncles there. I was just asking, are they now planting trees or what now? You wonder in that farm. We also have Wange coal mine. Many people are being displaced there today. Why? Because the president stated, even he stated to the Westerners last year, that you should leave Zimbabwe to explore its own minerals. Don't interfere. So, in the name of producing electricity for the country, nothing is being produced for the country, should I say. We have serious and terrible power cuts in Zimbabwe. We thank God just before election, they were there 24 hours. But after elections, we are back to normal. We have promised that electricity will be there every day, but it's no longer there. I don't know where it has gone now. And yesterday, someone sent me another clip of the party cars removing. These are some of the electrical things they had placed in some towns in the pretext that after elections, these will be connected. So now they're carrying their stuff. I don't know where they're taking it to. It's unfortunately. So what pains so much is many people there they're not being displaced to give room to these companies, Chinese companies, to extract more coal. Then the compensation issue and the sanctions. The government of Zimbabwe, I think you always hear it. They always talk about sanctions, but those sanctions are targeted sanctions. Let me be clear there. They are not sanctions for the whole nation, but they are targeted. They have individuals. If we check people on the individual list, on the list of those sanctions, you can easily see them like the president, vice, and whoever. Why? Because of the atrocities they did sometime in the life history of Zimbabwe. And also when they took part in this violent occupation of the farmers' lands. And also there were legal constraints on the land redistribution exercise. What I mean is this, The fast track land was condemned, as I've mentioned, because it contravened the rule of law. And as a result, they were always quoting the Land Redistribution Act and said that we are doing it because it is one of our acts that we should do that way. But it was totally condemned. And as a result, as I mentioned, no court of the land could rule against the interests of the government. Hence, anyone who was aggrieved would go to Namibia, where there is a regional court for Southern Africa. Also, the land issue took a nasty turn with the discovery of minerals. This was where the turning point is, and also which you have to bear in mind when you're debating this issue of land in Zimbabwe. People were focused on agriculture, for sure. But little did they know that underneath there are minerals. So because of the discovery of minerals, people forgot about agriculture now, at the meantime. They are sacrificing pieces of land for the sake of agriculture, for the sake of what? Of minerals. And so Zimbabwean government thought of putting some bigger instruments to safeguard. But unfortunately, as usual, when you have interest in something, it just becomes more of a monument. Okay, let's go ahead. You don't follow it. And these are some of the legal instruments that were enacted in Zimbabwe for our own interest: the Land Act, the Land Acquisition Act, which I talked about, the Deeds Registry Act, the Traditional Leaders Act. All this, all these acts are towards. They are not even enough in actual fact. Now I was feeling bad if I were to write them all, but none of them is being followed. Okay, let's go ahead. No, none of them is being followed except when a member of the opposition tries to speak against it or maybe to act against that. Let us look at Zimbabwe with these minds. I think I wrote here that Zimbabwe, a country full of minerals, but mismanaged and accounted for. All this is about minerals in Zimbabwe. It's a country sitting on minerals, in short. We talk of this town where I come from, Mutare. It's a gold town. And fear is that Russians might move under the city and start extracting while people are there on top. So this is the situation of Zimbabwe. It's a rich country when it comes to minerals. And the two countries which are normally there, which are doing the extraction, Chinese and Russians. The Austrians are just there of late for campaign purposes, unfortunately, to extract some oil. They are saying Zimbabwe has discovered some oil in Mozarabani area. A lot of people have been moved already. I had an intention at one time to go there 2 years ago and last year, but unfortunately the area is now a no-go area in those areas. Why are there no-go areas now? Wherever the government finds minerals, it doesn't allow people to enter in. They put barricades, army barricades. The whole purpose is to prevent anyone from knowing what is being extracted from there and what is being brought there. The locals have been removed, unfortunately. And most of the information I have from there, I get it from my young brother who works with the World Vision. He's working in that area. So at least they have access to those areas and they provide me with information of what is taking place there. Most of the government ministers have already built some mansions in those areas. They have secured some estates in those areas because the monies and whatever process will be coming from there is for their own future generation. The impact of our mining on the communities and the country. As I mentioned, that when people discover that there are minerals in the places where they thought they would do agriculture, they resorted rather to minerals. We have a lot of environmental degradation, which we have sought that in our schools, primary and secondary schools, try to be helping students to embark on what Laudato Si calls for. But unfortunately, for us to enter there to teach in schools, it can be another problem these days. But a serious environmental degradation, deforestation is taking place. And of interest, of the people who occupy these former farms, for the white farmers, 70% they start cutting down trees and selling inside of the roads. But they could not even do anything which benefits like agriculture. So the best way to earn money is cut down trees, sell inside of the road, make coal or whatever. We have a serious issue of water poisoning. Livestock are dying. You know, I think I should explain it later on. They are using in some instances when they are doing this extraction, washing of the precious stones, the stuff or maybe the chemicals they use are a danger to the animals. So animals come and drink water later on, and that's all. Zimbabwe was a green country, should I say the truth, but unfortunately these days if we go there, it's gray as it is there portrayed. Also, there are many more water holes which are endangering human life and animal life when they're extracting like the granite stones which they export to other countries. You leave big and deep holes. When it rains, they just, the water just fills there. Animals come for their children even. There are lots of cases. And the displacement of people, the Maranga people, Chadwa people, this was a big community of people who were staying in another area because of the discovery of diamond. They were all removed to another portion. Imagine the whole head or maybe the whole village being put in a location set up. When you go there to ask the people, how are you feeling about being here? There are cattle, goats, houses, and whatever. But small houses were built for them, as we were discussing yesterday, 2-roomed houses, which my Maasai friend did not know. And people are pushed into those houses. And yet before, you had all this vast piece of land for the sake of diamond. What pains much is that the diamond, where is it going? No one can account up to now the amount of diamond which is leaving Zimbabwe today. Nobody knows. Up to now, we cannot even say it. The Chilonga people, I've been there several times. They are just near Kruger here at the border. These people, the government wanted to displace them to give room to another farmer who wanted to grow grass for his stock feeds, a whole village, and we had to intervene, spoke to the minister who is responsible, to the communities as well. Yes, as I said yesterday, the government may wait, may buy time. The time will come for them to act. But at the meantime, they said, okay, we may not proceed with that, but the whole village will be affected. We have a case of our class blocks caving in when students are there in class, just as what happened in Job at that time. Students are in class, underneath their artisan miners. They've gone too far, even to the land of the schools, of the classes. So classes are falling, they are caving in. This is one of the incidents, but there are many of them in actual fact. Let us go, please. We have pits like these ones. I think I once explained some time ago, 2 years ago, when my cousin brother died in one of those holes when they were fighting over something else. So he fell 20 meters down, and that was the end of him. He died, left a family, a wife and 2 children. So we are talking of only one, but how many are they? Plenty of them.
Sorry.
Yes, please.
The hole that has been digged there, is it for the mining purpose or is it?
Mining purposes, I've been inside there. You go 20 meters, 10, 20, 10, 20, 10. I've been there and I had to take two torches and 2 phones in case the lights goes off. People are down there, and many young people unfortunately, they are dying there. Because when they do the dynamite explosions, they go out, but sometimes it may come in before it settles down. It affects quite a lot. This is a short video of, I want you to see what is taking place there, especially when it comes to the workers of miners. These workers had discovered gold. But now when they discover gold after digging for 2 or 3 months, the owners thought that they had stolen some. They are keeping some. I think it's a video, isn't it? You can play it. I think it's good, look, that is one thing behind it.
Oh.
I couldn't say anything there because I was there. If I were going to speak, it was going to be another issue with the farmers.
You were watching that?
Yes, I was there. And this is what is taking place in the mines, in actual fact. No. We are talking of only of one incident.
But then the policemen there, so.
We shall talk about it there. The police cannot interfere there, but they are beneficiaries of the whole thing. If somebody discovers a precious stone, the police, that already they are already counting losses there. So if they try to intervene, it means they take the case further and they lose everything at the end of the day. Okay, go ahead.
So just explain who are the victims,
okay,
and who are the assailants.
Here we have those who claim to say they have mining claims, like that young man who is beating the other ones. They claim that, okay, they've been given permission to do mining. So as a result, they employ some young people to start mining, get into the holes until they get something. And they'll be giving them food every day and whatever they need. So the time they discover this gold, diamond, whatever mineral, they should come and put it before that we found this much. And where we are now, we can be extracting gold from this time until we don't know. So now they are saying that they discovered something, according to what they said, but they didn't bring it before the table. So now they are trying to extract information from them that if ever they have discovered something, some gold, where did they put it? Yeah, that is the situation which is there. So as I mentioned that, that such situations have serious psychological and physical and social impact, which is irreversible. And as a nation, probably, it's about starting to prepare ourselves that when we start doing some, what we call maybe pastoral counseling services to such people, we have to prepare ourselves, because we are talking about people who have been hurt, people who have been abused, people who have been affected. And after doing this, probably, as Isha mentioned, they also do it to their own families. Okay, can go ahead. In this one, a mine had collapsed over there. So they are trying to dig so that they may try to rescue some of their friends, being there for 2, 3, 4 days. And mind you, what happens in Zimbabwe, they may never show this on the national television, because if they show it, people say a lot against the ministers. So they are quiet about it. So the locals are trying to dig that hole so that they may at least retrieve those guys who are stuck underneath. Mind you, when you're down there, there is a lot of water. Water levels always rise up every time. So they use generators to be pumping out water every now and then. So if no water has been pumped up, it means anytime you can die. So now as a church, what do we do? I have here a book which we have proposed that we as the Zimbabwe Catholic Bishops Conference with other churches and other NGOs, we came up with this booklet that, okay, how shall we approach this issue at the end of the day? Because things are like this, the way they are. And our intention, sorry to say it, we're thinking that the elections which took place last month will tame the whole thing so that we may start implementing it in a fair environment. If we try to do it right now with the current government, we may get ourselves also into trouble, of which we can take a risk at the end of the day. But as churches and civic organizations, having done these researches, we thought that we should raise these matters. On another angle, talking of the inequalities in the extractive communities, and especially on the women and the youth in the community. Because we saw that people took farms on the assumption that they want to do agriculture, but because of the discovery of our minerals, they forgot about that and resorted into mining, which now is becoming a serious and thorny issue. For any information, people are now preferring to be into mining, because when you get the money, just cross into Mozambique or South Africa, buy your groceries and go back home. So don't worry about plowing anything. You're wasting your own time. So we found that there is need to document, like what I've done, some of these things which are happening in the communities as evidence that these things are taking place. We shall approach this matter in this way because we would have documented it. And so we're planning to raise awareness on the lived realities among the communities. Because at least with this, you can come to the communities, talk to the communities about whatever is taking place. That why are we doing this? Can we go beyond this? So that is raising awareness. Okay, please. Then also of importance is to analyze the impact this is having on the youth. Because as you have seen, most of the people who are being beaten there are the young people. People who are dying are the young ones. People who are in the mines are the young ones. So we are trying to make an analysis of that, okay, if this is happening to the youth, what is their future? How can we address it? And how can we engage relevant authorities to readdress this feature or maybe this matter? As I said, it is going to be a bit complex to approach them today because they're the beneficiaries. They don't mind about the death of anyone. And to identify policies and laws that may help us in addressing the imbalances and inequalities in the mining communities. Then finally, also to outline recommendations to address the inhuman situations, which like the ones which you have seen. But also because of the COVID-19, I think we are coming from COVID-19, all of us. The restrictions will not allow us to be meeting every now and then. We have some of these acts in our nation, in Zimbabwe. The maintenance of peace and order, you can't meet unless you get a permission from the police. So like at the meantime, as we discuss right now, if someone thinks of putting this on the social media, we have now what we call the Patriotic Act, which criminalizes anyone who says anything against the government of Zimbabwe. So if someone, suppose, if I were a danger to the country, maybe the moment you reach the airport, they will snatch you and imprison you for having said something against the government of Zimbabwe. So these have created a serious socio-political and economic impact on many people. We have lost their land due to mining activities and abuses and the imbalances which are there. So as a Catholic Church, the Catholic Parliamentary Liaison Office so far has brought it to the attention of the Catholic parliamentarians. You know, it's easier to target, as Mike said, that some of you can easily snatch a particular group of Catholic ministers. So that's what we did in Zimbabwe. I found it that way, and I still want to build on that as well. you bring such matters to the attention of the parliamentarians, Catholic parliamentarians, and they talk about it. And fortunately, whenever we meet for masses and for some discussions, the Catholic parliamentarians and the Speaker of Parliament, who is a Catholic, is also there. And we thank God because most of the parliamentarians, lower house and upper house, most of them are Catholics, and so they come and we discuss. And also the Deputy Speaker of the Senate is also a Catholic. It makes it easier when you are discussing such matters. A submission still awaits to be done to Parliament on enforcing the community share ownership trust. There is a particular amount of money, which when someone is doing some extraction, he should plow back to the communities. Some communities, yes, at first, when they receive such monies, they did build some hospitals, some clinics, classroom blocks and whatever. So, but unfortunately, some do not even think about it, like the Chinese at the meantime when they're mining lithium, which is so prominent. So they just take everything and disappear, and no one takes account of that. I think we can go ahead, please. Thank you. Our remarks and conclusions were that there is need for more advocacy on land matters in Zimbabwe, as you have seen. Otherwise, we continue in name being able to come up and supply for the nation. Unfortunately, we are not. And CPLO has been inviting other bishops. This one is very vital because when other bishops call me to give talks, of other churches to give talks or discussing on some matters, I always invite them that why can't you create also parliamentary liaison officers in your respective churches? So that as I meet my Catholic counterparts, they also meet their own Anglican, Methodist, and whatever. So that when we meet together, we share these ideas and have one idea on how best we can approach these matters. The government of Zimbabwe has no serious commitment, allow me to say it, to have serious legislation on land matters. In fact, most politicians are found wanting in this regard. They are beneficiaries of the uncontrolled situation, and they own vast pieces of land and have claims in most of the minerals. We as a church, we have a farm for the Damaseb priest, and of late, gold was discovered there. So when people wanted to come in, one of the ministers who is a Catholic advised us that, no, you guys, go and apply to have your claim on your land. So we did that, but we are looking at a piece of land where we used to do agriculture. Now we are debating also, what shall we do? Go underneath or play on the ground there? You are divided there. So there is advocacy also around surrounding areas of land audit, which is very vital, honestly, because some people own vast piece of land, and to call to account to any unpublicized interest on particular land, because sometimes the government just, or maybe investors just come in the name of investors, take any piece of land without it being publicized. The church and CSOs to now implement their findings. This is what we want to try to do, irrespective of the outcomes of the elections. We have to find a way of bringing this to the attention of the political people, the politicians, the chiefs, and the communities who try. It's about trying in Zimbabwe. Then finally, the land issue in Zimbabwe has not yet been treated as it deserves. Otherwise, thank you very much. I think I shall give this book to the I think it's okay. Yes, I think it's very important. See our strides, what we are doing so far.
Okay, questions for Zimbabwe
or Mozambique?
I will read what is there. Okay. Okay. The Catholic Church and the land problem in Mozambique. Here we have some information about Mozambique and what the church is doing for in the commission, the Episcopal Commission for Justice and Peace. We have many things that we are doing. That way, I want to share with you. So in Mozambique, we have the Episcopal Commission of Justice and Peace, have one group
that reflect the reality of Mozambique. The group is called GRI. It means Grupo de Reflexão Interdiocesana, Interdiocesan Group for Reflection. That is group that have done it. Brief contextualization in Mozambique. Mozambique, located in Southern Africa, is one of the poorest countries in the world. I think you know it. According to 2007 census, the country has around 27 million 909 7, yeah, that number there, right? Inhabitants. And today the number already exceeds the 30 million people, with younger people making up the largest percentage, as you know. Therefore, with the majority of young paying the group, it's expected that the country will have a clear project to monitor the social life. Let's go. In social terms, our country is characterized by a level of wealth and money on the part of a small elite, and by an extremely serious level of poverty for the majority of the population. It is widespread corruption that makes this ambivalent scenario, wealth on one side and poverty another side. In urban and rural areas, access to basic products and service remains equally difficult, causing strikes and widespread discontent. We have these three realities. Okay, you can see. First, an elite, mostly senior state official and workers from foreign companies with high income, benefits and privileged access to a country's public and private access. Okay. Second, a population in urban and peri-urban areas that tries to improve their lives through increasing the level of education and small business with few employment opportunity and viable business. And third, a rural population that survives on subsistence agriculture with less and less poor purchasing power. This distinction has been one of the major causes of political and military conflicts, land conflicts, social crisis, among many other injustices. Here we have a scenario about conflict lands, the installation of large companies from different areas of the productive sectors, from agriculture, mining, and service in rural areas. We have population growth, economic capacity, population growth plus economic capacity, each signify the forest deforestation, plus expansion of housing space in rural areas, plus expansion of infrastructure. And it means that change in availability, new houses, new use and exploitation of land. You know it. And we have many programs like Terra Segura, Safe Land, Sustenta, it is appearing now. Another program, Chuma Chatu, that means our wealth, and many other programs. Review of the national land policy and its respective law. It is happening now. The humanitarian crisis in Cabo Delgado, insurgency because of the gas. We have the Total company there. And the Catholic Church and several civil society organizations seek to be a pressure force. We have many problems of land. The search for land and agribusiness. You see, agribusiness and the plundering of peasant lands, integrated agrarian survey, and the consolidation of the rural land market. We have the graphic below. The graphic shows the percentage distribution of the amount of land sold by province in the country. You can see this graphic. There are the province of Mozambique and the number in percentage land sold that is with the companies. You can pay attention to Cabo Delgado, Nampula, Zambezia, Manica, Sofala, and Maputo. Okay, Nyambaneto. Okay. The search for land and agribusiness, we are continuing. There are many debates about the land issues. Principal reason, or main reason, the search for the land by foreign investors for the production of agricultural commodities of interest of the global market. Upon arriving in Mozambique, investors have benefited from extensive areas of land through concessions, but which guarantees the accumulation and expanded reproduction of capital on global scale. The map below shows us the distribution of approved agricultural projects and the amount of land allocated by the state between the years 2003 and 2007. It is in Portuguese. Okay, let's go. Yeah, but you can see that here we have the color indicates the projects that are there, the quantity of the project, and the cyan show the land quantity that has given for the companies. And so you can see in Gaza there are many projects. Second, we have Sofala and Zambezia, and Niassa, Cabo Delgado, yeah, like this. And so we have many land given to the company in, you can see, Niassa, Zambezia, Manica. Okay. This phenomenon has even caused the concentration of land in the hands of small groups, especially corporate capital that seeks its expanded reproduction and small Mozambican elite. The concentration of land generates some symbolic violence in the community as rural community and present social groups that depend on this natural resource for their survival and are marginalized and excluded from accessing it. We can see another table that it is in Portuguese, but I can say that we have the company, more company, and the territory or the land in a hectare, and the product, agricultural produce that they have. So it shows us that there are many companies that get land for them. Okay, yeah, it can pass. So it means that we have a problem in land. Transfer of land to agribusiness. As can be seen in the tables above, in the country, land tends to become increasingly concentrated in the hands of large capitalist corporations that produce commodity of interest to the international market and not necessarily food that goes in directly in the possession of citizens. It is necessary to consider that agriculture plays a determining and preponderant role in terms of food security, not only as a source of food, but also as a source of employment and self-employment, providing income generation to rural population. Forest plantation projects. The forestry plantation projects, according to several analysts, constitute a wrong choice, as it has had a devastating impact within communities. Land is converted into an asset that the service of capitalism being expropriated from the local population without any fair compensation. With regard to forest plantation, since 2000, more than 600,000 hectares of land have been granted for the population of production of eucalyptus and pine in the province of Niassa, Nampula, Zambezia, and Manica. All of these hectares are mostly controlled by two large companies, Portucel, controlled by the Navigator Company of Portugal, and Lurio Greens Resources, controlled by the company Green Resources. In 2003, the government of Mozambique committed to granting around 3 million hectares of land to companies that promote monocultures, tree plantation in Niassa, with the aim of converting the country into the second largest cellulose producer in Africa after South Africa. There are some environmental and social impacts of this. This project causes many problems, both environmental and social. Some of the environmental impacts we can see: eucalyptus plantation are located in areas at high risk of deforestation. They cause soil erosion and reduction in available water, as they absorb a lot of water from the soil. This can certainly affect the agricultural potential of the area and put the food security of community at risk. Some of the social impacts: expropriation of land, reduction of cultivation areas for peasants, invasion of farms and cemeteries, social upheaval in the region where the project takes place, a compulsory resettlement, localized food insecurity, construction of dams on the rivers that cross the community farms. Social conflicts. The high rates of social conflicts in area where large agricultural projects enter, that is the expansion of agribusiness, are also among the factors behind the debate across land in the country. For example, the Nacala and Beira corridors have proven to be more conflictive, as they are ones that receive the most investment for the production of agricultural commodities of interest to the global market. Most of the time, the social conflict results from the entry of capital into community lands without the self-determination of the communities themselves, a situation that leads to strong territorial dispute among the forms of violence in the countryside. Social conflicts resulting from the entry of agribusiness into community territories are intense in Mozambique. However, the lack of collection and compilation of data monthly and annually leads to the belief that the field is less conflictual, thus hiding the truth. That's why the Episcopal Commission of Justice and Peace has taken the initiative to map land conflicts every year. This scenario has been denounced by civil society organizations that fight social justice in the countryside, such as we have many civil society, like National Peasant Union, we call UNAC, Rural Mutual Aid Association, ORAM, Academic Action for the Development of Rural Community, ADECRU, Environmental Justice, Friends of the Earth, Mozambique, Livaningo, Women's Forum, Association for Support and Legal Assistance to Community, it is in Tete Province, Terra Viva Center, Sekelekane, Association of Paralegal Women in Tete too, among others. It is in the context of denouncing the atrocities and social injustice caused by capital and within the scope of its expansion that the Catholic Church enters. Now I say that we have a new land police and its law. What is it? The new land police, since July 6, 2020, when the President Phillip launched the new land policy review process, consultation work has been carried out in all communities across the country. The civil society organizations followed this process and influenced what was possible in favor of the communities. And we have very many versions. And the version 3 was reached, which is the one of the what was submitted to the Council of Ministers and later approved by the Assembly of the Republic. Okay, the land policy and its implementation strategy is the title of the final version of the new politic land. This document is a continuation of the previous one. The big difference is that it was updated as a result of public consultation, assessed and provided by the Council of Ministers and approved by the Republic Assembly. Therefore, it is now the official text. It was written to such an extent that it was structured into just 4 parts. We have a contextualization, opportunities and limitation, land policy, and these implementation strategies. Okay, you can go. There are some questions for reflection in this new land policy. The dubious participation of all communities, especially women. The process took place in the middle of the COVID-19 pandemic. That's why many people don't participate. Yeah. The distance between what the policy says and what local communities experience about land management. Too much focus on the economic and commercial dimension of land. The role of the state as land owner, the problem of legitimacy, who legitimate who speaks on whose behalf, linked to the role of civil society organizations. But all this question, we can summarize in 2 principal questions that take many debates in Mozambique. Firstly, the onerous transferability of the duat. Duat is the title to, yes, and the collateralization of the duat title. Yes, I said that. Duat is the right to use and benefit from land. Okay. Some question for reflection and conclusion. There is a practically capitalist relationship in which land is transformed in a commodity. The land loses its social, cultural, and spiritual value, anthropologically impoverishing local community. For these communities, land is the basis of material subsistence and symbolic existence. When we transform land into a community, peasants' relation of belonging are destroyed, since land begins to respond to the interest of the expanded accumulation of capital on global scale. The problem is not in a politics or the law, but in sincere commitment to the cause and the development model, which is precarious. The apparent perfection of the new politic of land may reveal its unsustainability. That is, the fact that we are not able to put in favor of the community. This raises the need to empower communities to be citizen communities. Empowering communities to be citizens require holding accountable all those social spheres that have the possibility of training and educating. This is where the church, the civil society organization, schools, higher education institutions, especially university, come into play. In addition to university and academics, it is also necessary to look at the rediscovery of the social role of civil society organization in the implementation of the new policy of land, especially those focused on the land issues, to know the legislation on land and natural resources well, to be on the side of the communities, to instruct them, awaken them, speak your voice. To do this, they must always exercise internal purification through constructive self-criticism and seek credibility and more authority in the eyes of local communities. All three previous lessons would depend on social sustainability, which is considered a criterion for implementing the new policy of land for action and for judgment. Social sustainability is the ability of human beings to interact with their local context, to build their community, to preserve the environment so as not to compromise the natural resource for future generations. Must be the stand of discuss and be seen as an ethical imperative for everyone. Okay, and what is the role of the church in the fight for land? Firstly, the social magisterium of Pope Francis, we have just know it. Pope Francis social magisterium highlighting the 3 T's. In Portuguese, we said 3 T's, né? Terra, land, teto, roof, and trabalho, work. Land conflicts and food insecurity are part of the shadows of a closed world. The Pope offers us Laudato Si, to take care of our common home, and Fratelli Tutti, to take care of our fallen brother and to build a fraternal world characterized by social friendship. The church's challenge is to take this message to all community through citizenship training. And the Episcopal Commission of Justice and Peace and all the Episcopal Conference of Mozambique. The Episcopal Conference of Mozambique, we have a pastoral letter. I will give this land to your descendant, a tua descendência darei esta terra, in the wake of Laudato Si, communications and pastoral letters focusing on respect for the human rights of the poorest. Proposal for agrarian reform for the year 2025 as part of the 50th anniversary of independence. And the Episcopal Commission of Justice and Peace wrote one letter, one document called Our Land, Our Life. Yes, I can share it with you. A pastoral reflection on the land that helps to organize a pastoral of the land. This document explores some meanings of land for community that I can share with you here. Land as a source of production, economic value. Land as a space of occupation, ethical value. Land as inheritance, legal value. Land as origin and identity, affective value. And earth as a common home, contemplative value. And we have, so, land pastoral, land conflict mapping, participation in various forms on land, search on citizenship, on water, on the participation of Catholic Christian in politics. As part of this participation of Catholic Christian politics, the Episcopal Commission of Justice and Peace now takes the initiative to participate in this meeting to gather experience from CPLO to also create the Parliamentary Liaison office in this country. That's why we are here. Thank you.